The scent of pine and cold, thin air should have been invigorating. Instead, it coiled in my lungs like a promise of imprisonment. I pressed my forehead against the icy glass of the train window, watching my ghostly reflection superimposed on a landscape being consumed by wilderness. The rolling farmlands of my old life had vanished hours ago, replaced by a dense, dark forest that seemed to swallow the very daylight. My reflection stared back at me, a pale imitation of the woman I used to be. My honey blonde hair, usually so neat, had escaped its braids somewhere between the flat plains of Kansas and this nowhere. My blue eyes were shadowed with 3 sleepless nights, and my face looked far too young for its 24 years. I looked exactly like what I was, a woman fleeing a scorched earth, running toward the only door that hadn't slammed shut in her face. The letter crinkled in my coat pocket as I shifted. I didn't need to read it again. I had memorized every word during the endless, rhythmic clatter of the tracks. Seeking a bride for the winter season. Must be adaptable, resilient, and unafraid of isolation. Previous circumstances will not be held against applicants. The formal subjects continued. Almost archaic language had struck me as absurd when I first saw it tucked in the back of a worn-out women's magazine. But desperation has a cruel way of polishing the absurd until it shines with the glint of possibility. I was not alone in my desperation. There were 36 other women on this train, 36 other souls who had read that same strange summons and seen a lifeline. We were a collection of the quietly discarded, the desperately hopeful, the courageously foolish. The woman across from me, her dark hair a stark frame for her pale face, hadn't stopped clutching her rosary since we crossed into Montana. 2 seats ahead. A fiery redhead hummed a nervous, tuneless melody under her breath. We were a sisterhood of last resorts, our secrets bundled as tightly as our travel-worn luggage. The train's whistle screamed, a long, mournful sound that echoed through the mountains. We began to slow, the brakes groaning in protest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. "Pinecrest Station," the conductor called out, his voice carefully neutral, devoid of any warmth or welcome. "Final stop. All passengers disembarking for Pinecrest." Through the frosted window, I saw our destination. The word town felt too generous for the handful of rough-hewn buildings huddled around the wooden platform. Clinging to the clearing as if the forest might decide to reclaim them at any moment, and beyond them, the trees, ancient, towering pines, their branches heavy with snow, stood like silent, watchful guardians. The descender sky was a sheet of low, bruised gray, threatening more snow. We shuffled off the train in a clumsy, shivering line, our breath pluming in the biting air. This cold was different from the winters I knew in Missouri. It was a wet, seeping cold that promised to nestle deep in your bones and never leave. It felt ancient and alive and aware. A man waited for us on the platform. He was tall and weathered, his beard more silver than brown. And his eyes scanned our group with a detached, analytical efficiency that made my skin prickle. He was dressed in a heavy, fur-lined coat that looked handcrafted and practical. When he spoke, his voice carried effortlessly through the crisp air. "Welcome to Pinecrest," he said, and the words sounded less like a greeting and more like a warning. I am Alistair, head of the town council. You've come a long way, and I will be direct. What happens next will seem unusual. But I ask for your trust in our process. The redhead beside me found her voice, a tremor in it. Where is the gentleman who placed the advertisement? The one we're all here for. Ballister's expression didn't change. But something flickered in his eyes, something I couldn't decipher. He will present himself in due time. First, there are preparations to be made. Tonight is the winter solstice gathering, our most important celebration. Each of you will be given lodging, time to refresh yourselves, and appropriate attire. The selection will take place at moonrise. Selection. The word hung in the frozen air, cold and final. It stripped away any last pretense of romance, reducing us to what we were, applicants for a position we didn't fully understand. We were ushered into a large lodge that smelled powerfully of cedar and wood smoke. Inside, more women moved with quiet purpose. Local women, I assumed, with their sturdy clothing and knowing eyes. They separated us into smaller groups with a gentle but firm authority. I found myself following a young woman up a narrow staircase. She couldn't have been more than 18, with hair the color of wheat and a quiet grace to her movements. "My name is Liana," she said softly, opening a door to a small, clean room. A dress lay across the simple bed. A stunning deep blue velvet that seemed to drink the dim light from the window. "You'll want to bathe and rest. The gathering begins at 7. Can I ask you something?" I said quickly before she could leave. She paused, her hand on the door frame, and a shadow of weariness crossed her youthful face. "You can ask, what exactly are we being selected for? What is this place?" Liana's lips pressed into a thin line. She glanced down the hallway, then back at me, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Not what, miss? Who?" She hesitated, then added, "There are protocols here, ancient ones. Our king requires a mate. The pack needs an anchor." That is all I can say, but I will offer you this advice. Be yourself tonight. Pretending to be something you're not, it will not serve you here. We have ways of seeing through deception. She left before I could ask what she meant by that. Closing the door with a soft click. Our king, the pack. The words echoed in the silent room. They felt foreign and heavy, laden with meaning I couldn't grasp. And that final phrase, "We have ways of seeing through deception." It sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. I drew a bath in the small adjoining room, sinking into the steaming water scented with pine needles. As the heat seeped into my travel-weary muscles, I let my mind drift back to the ashes I had fled, the schoolhouse fire that hadn't been my fault, or for which I had borne the blame, the swift, merciless judgment of a small town that needed a scapegoat. The letter from my sister, her words kind but firm, explaining that my scandal would be too difficult for her new family to bear. I had been erased from my own life so completely that answering a mail-order bride advertisement from a mysterious man in the mountains felt less like a risk and more like my only remaining path. The dress fit perfectly. This should have been my first real clue that something in Pinecrest was fundamentally, profoundly different. I had never sent my measurements, never exchanged more than a single letter. Yet the blue velvet hugged my form as if it had been tailored for me alone. The hem kissing the top of the borrowed boots placed neatly by the bed, I re-braided my hair, letting a few stray strands frame my face, and studied my reflection in the swell mirror. I looked like an imposter, a girl playing dress-up in a queen's gown. But then I remembered Liana's words, "Be yourself." So I straightened my shoulders, lifted my chin, and willed the frightened girl in the mirror to find a fragment of courage. The sun had set, and through my window I watched torches flare to life throughout the settlement, their flames dancing like captured stars against the encroaching darkness. The forest seemed to have crept closer, its shadows deepening, becoming a solid wall of night. A knock came at my door. Liana stood there, now dressed in a gown of deep crimson, her expression serene but unreadable. "It's time," she said. I followed her downstairs and out into the biting cold. Other women emerged from nearby buildings, all of us converging on a vast clearing at the forest's edge, where a massive bonfire roared, its flames leaping toward the star-strewn sky. The entire population of Pinecrest formed a wide circle around the fire. Men, women, children all watched us with an intensity that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. Their eyes in the firelight held strange, reflective shards of gold and amber. We were arranged in a line facing the fire, all 37 of us. I stood between the woman with the rosary, who was now trembling visibly, and a tall, composed brunette who stared into the flames as if seeking answers in their heart. Alistair stepped forward, his voice booming across the clearing. "We gather on this longest night to honor the old ways and seek new bonds. Our king seeks a mate, not for politics, not for convenience, but for strength, for unity, for the future of all we are." A low, unified murmur rippled through the crowd. The air itself seemed to thicken, to hum with a latent energy I could feel in my teeth. "He comes," someone whispered, and the words were passed through the crowd like a sacred invocation. From the deepest shadows between the trees, a figure emerged. He was tall, impossibly so, with shoulders that blocked out the sky behind him. He moved with a predator's grace, silent and sure, each step conveying an innate authority. He was dressed in simple, dark clothing, but he wore it like a royal mantle. As he entered the ring of firelight, I could see him clearly. Dark hair, tousled by the wind, a strong, angular jaw, and his eyes, they were not human. They were the color of liquid mercury, bright and piercing, and when his gaze swept over our line, I felt the impact in my very soul. He was terrifying. He was magnificent. He was the Alpha King, and nothing in that advertisement had prepared me for the raw, untamed power that radiated from him. He moved down the line slowly, studying each woman with a focus that made several drop their eyes to the ground. The woman beside me began praying in earnest, her words a frantic whisper. When he reached me, he stopped. Those silver eyes locked with mine, and the world narrowed to this single breathless point. I felt something shift deep inside me, a fundamental realignment I didn't understand. His nostrils flared slightly, a subtle animalistic gesture. "Your name." His voice was low, a rumble of thunder over distant mountains, and it vibrated in my bones. "Elara," I managed, my own voice surprisingly steady. "Elara Vance." It vibrated in my bones. "Elara," I managed, my own voice surprisingly steady. Elara Vance. He held my gaze for a long, piercing moment, and I saw a flicker of something in those impossible eyes. Not recognition, but curiosity. Then he moved on, continuing his silent assessment. The selection was swift. He placed a hand on the shoulders of 5 women, including Liana, who joined him near the fire. I was not among them. A confusing mix of relief and disappointment warred within me. It was over. I had not been chosen. Alistair began to speak, explaining that the chosen would enter a 3-day trial, while the rest of us... Wait. The king's voice cut through the night, silencing Alistair instantly. Every person in the clearing froze. He was looking directly at me. "A one with the river stone eyes," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Elara Vance." "She stays." Alistair's composure cracked for a fraction of a second. "Your Majesty, the initial selection..." "Consider it amended," the king stated, his silver gaze never leaving my face. He gestured toward the chosen women. "She joins them." A wave of startled whispers swept through the crowd. I stood frozen, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Liana caught my eye from across the fire, and her expression was unreadable. But I thought I saw a glimmer of approval. "Move forward, Elara Vance," Alistair said, his tone resigned. On trembling legs, I walked toward the fire, toward the king, toward a future that had just become infinitely more uncertain and terrifying. I took my place in the circle, the heat of the flames washing over me. The king stood directly across from me, the fire blazing between us. His eyes held mine, and in their mercury depths, I saw not a monster, but a man burdened by a crown of immense weight. And I knew with a certainty that defied all logic that my life had irrevocably changed the moment I stepped off that train. The trial had not ended. It had just begun. This completes Chapter 1. It sets the stage, introduces the key characters and the central mystery, and ends with a powerful hook. Why was Elara, who was initially passed over, specifically called back by the Alpha King? I will now proceed to write Chapter 2. Please confirm you are happy with the direction and tone before I continue. The silence in the clearing was absolute, broken only by the crackle and spit of the great bonfire. Every pair of eyes, human and something more, was fixed on me. I could feel their weight, a physical pressure against my skin. My legs, which had carried me forward on sheer willpower, now felt like they were made of water. I took my place in the circle of chosen women, my heart hammering so violently I was certain everyone could hear it. The heat from the flames was intense, yet a cold dread had settled deep in my stomach. The king, Kaelen, I would learn his name was, did not look away from me. His silver gaze was a tangible force, stripping away the layers of my borrowed dress, my practiced composure, the fragile hope I had carried with me from the train. He was not just seeing me, he was assessing me, weighing my very soul on some invisible scale known only to him. Alistair cleared his throat, the sound rough in the tense quiet. "The trial period begins now," he announced. Though his voice lacked its earlier certainty, these 6 women will live among us, participate in our daily lives, and demonstrate their capacity to adapt to our ways. At the end of 3 days, at the solstice, our king will make his final choice. The crowd began to disperse then, melting back into the shadows of the town and the forest with a quiet efficiency that was unnerving. But a group of men remained. Younger, their postures alert and watchful. They stood in a loose formation around Kaelen, and the way they moved, the way their eyes scanned the darkness, spoke of a deep, ingrained protectiveness. They were his guards, his soldiers, his pack. One of them, a man with sandy hair and a scar cutting through his eyebrow, watched me with a curious, almost amused expression. I forced myself to meet his gaze for a moment before looking back at the fire, trying to calm the frantic rhythm of my heart. "You are thinking very loudly, Elara Vance." Kaelen's voice was closer than I expected. I flinched, my head snapping up. He had moved around the fire while I was lost in my thoughts, closing the distance between us until only the heat of the flames separated us. Up close, he was even more imposing. The flickering light carved the planes of his face into sharp relief, and I could see the faint stubble shadowing his jaw. The scent of him, pine and cold night air, and something wild, something essentially male, washed over me. I apologize," I stammered, hating the weakness in my voice. "I am merely trying to understand where I have arrived." "That is wiser than pretending to understand what you clearly do not," he replied, his head tilting in that subtle, animalistic way I was beginning to recognize. Most of the others are performing comprehension. "You are actually seeking it? Why?" The question felt like a test, the first of many. I swallowed, my mouth dry. I could lie, could try to sound brave and knowledgeable, but Liana's warning echoed in my mind. We have ways of seeing through deception. So I gave him the truth. The raw, unvarnished truth, and it kept me alive this long. Because I have learned that pretending to know things is how you make fatal mistakes, I said, my voice growing steadier. And something tells me that mistakes here might actually be fatal. A low chuckle came from the sandy-haired man with the scar. Kaelen's lips twitched, the barest hint of a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "A prudent observation," he acknowledged. "What is your hidden talent?" "Elara Vance?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm sorry?" The advertisement specified adaptability and resilience, but everyone has something that defines them beyond mere survival. What is yours? My mind raced. I thought of the school children, of how I could always sense which ones were troubled, which ones needed a kinder word, which ones were on the verge of tears or laughter. I thought of the way I could walk into a room and feel the emotional currents swirling within it. A tangled web of joy and anger and fear. It was a skill I had learned to hide, a sensitivity that had often felt more like a curse than a gift. But something told me that offering that particular truth to this silver-eyed king would be like handing him a weapon. Instead, I chose a partial truth. "I am a good listener," I said carefully. "I am observant. I can often see what people need even when they cannot articulate it themselves." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole story. And from the way Kaelen's intense gaze narrowed just a fraction, I suspected he knew it. "We shall see," he said softly, the words a promise and a threat. Then he raised his voice, addressing all 6 of us. "Tomorrow, you will be integrated into pack life. You will work eat and live as we do. Some of you will thrive. Some of you will not. The choices you make in the next 3 days will determine not only your future, but the future of everyone here. Do not take that responsibility lightly. With that, he turned and walked away, the circle of men closing around him. They moved as one entity, flowing back toward the dark tree line and disappearing into the shadows from which they had come. The sudden absence of his presence left a void, a chilling silence in the clearing. One of the other candidates, a striking brunette with sharp cheekbones and an air of cool confidence, let out a slow breath. "Well," she said, her voice crisp and clear, "this is either the most fascinating decision I have ever made or the most catastrophic. I have not yet decided which." "Both," Liana said quietly, her gaze still on the forest. "It is almost always both." We were led back to the main lodge, all of us now housed on the same floor. I was to share a room with Liana. As we changed out of our formal dresses in the soft lamplight, the events of the evening pressed in on me. The strange ceremony, the intensity of Kaelen's gaze, the feeling of being a specimen under a microscope. "Liana," I began, my voice hesitant, "what is he, truly?" She paused in folding her crimson dress. Her back to me. When she turned, her young face was grave. "He is exactly what you are beginning to suspect he is," she said softly. "And tomorrow you will see why that matters more than you can possibly imagine." She climbed into her bed and extinguished the lamp on her side, plunging her side of the room into darkness. I stood by the window, staring out at the impenetrable blackness of the forest. My mind was a whirlwind of questions and fears. Werewolves. The word seemed ridiculous, a thing of fairy tales and nightmares. But the evidence was mounting. The unnatural grace, the reflective eyes, the primal energy that hummed in the air around them. The way Kaelen had smelled the air when he stood near me. Just as I was about to turn away from the window, I saw it, a flicker of movement at the edge of the trees. Then 2 points of silver light, catching the faint glow from my window. They were too high off the ground to be a man, and they held an intelligence that was distinctly not animal. They were watching me. A pair of silver eyes in the darkness. I should have been terrified. I should have screamed or drawn the curtains. But a strange calm settled over me. There was no malice in that gaze, only a deep, profound watchfulness. I held the stare for a long moment. My hand pressed against the cold glass before the eyes blinked once and vanished back into the night. I finally slipped into my own bed, the blankets cold against my skin. As I lay there in the silence, listening to Liana's even breathing, I realized the most terrifying thing of all. I was not afraid of the king. I was afraid of the part of me that was drawn to him, that recognized something in his lonely, powerful presence. I was afraid of wanting to be chosen. I was afraid of wanting to be chosen. Dawn came as a pale gray whisper, light seeping reluctantly through the frost-encrusted window. I woke to find Liana's bed already empty, made with precise military neatness. My body ached from the unfamiliar mattress and the residual tension of the night. My dreams had been haunted by silver eyes and dark, whispering forests. I dressed quickly in the simple, sturdy clothes laid out for me. soft wool trousers, a thick cream-colored sweater, and boots that fit as perfectly as the dress had. The uncanny accuracy was becoming a pattern, another thread in the strange tapestry of this place. Downstairs, the other candidates were already gathered around a long wooden table in the main room of the lodge. The confident brunette from the night before sat with impeccable posture, her dark hair coiled in an elegant twist. She introduced herself as Seraphina. Across from her, a woman named Bethany with kind eyes and nervous hands was pushing food around her plate without eating. Liana moved between the kitchen and the table with a quiet familiarity, bringing fresh, warm bread and a pot of coffee that smelled like salvation. "You are the last to rise," Seraphina observed, her tone making it clear this was a mark against my character, an interesting choice. "I prefer to think of it as efficient time management," I replied, sliding into an empty chair. "There is little point in waking early if there is no immediate crisis to manage." A faint, approving smile touched Seraphina's lips. "We shall soon discover if that is wisdom or indolence." Before I could respond, the main door opened, letting in a gust of frigid air and 3 men. I recognized the sandy-haired man with the scar immediately. The other 2 were new, one tall and lean with a quiet intensity, the other broader, with a friendly face that seemed made for smiling. "Morning, ladies," the scarred man said, his voice cheerful. "I'm Rylan. These 2 are Corbin, Warm Wave. We're your guides for the day. Hope you all slept well, because you're about to get a crash course in pack life." Pack. The word landed in the quiet room with the weight of a stone. Bethany's cup rattled in its saucer. "So it's true then," she whispered, her face pale. You're all werewolves?" Finn finished with a grin that showed very white, very straight teeth. "Yeah, surprise. No, if you hadn't figured that out by now, the next 3 days are going to be very, very rough for you." I watched the reactions around the table. Seraphina's expression did not change, confirming she was a woman who was never caught off guard. Bethany looked like she might be sick. The other 2 women, Clara and Rosemary, exchanged a knowing glance. They had clearly discussed this possibility, and Liana simply continued pouring coffee, utterly unsurprised. She had been born into this world. "Questions?" Rylan asked, leaning against the doorframe. "Better to ask them now. How many of you are there?" The question was out of my mouth before I could stop it. "Here in Pinecrest, about 80 souls," Corbin answered, his voice quieter, more measured than Rylan's. "In the broader territory, perhaps 300, scattered through these mountains and into Canada. We are one of the larger packs on this continent, which brings both strength and complication." "And the king?" Seraphina asked, her tone carefully neutral. "What is his name? We cannot continue to call him the king if we are to be considered as potential mates." The 3 men exchanged a look that was heavy with unspoken meaning. "His name is Kaelen Thorne," Rylan said. "He's been our alpha for 6 years. Since his father's passing, he is 32 winters old, unmatched and under increasing pressure from the Pack Council to choose a mate before the winter solstice, which is in 3 days." Liana, from the kitchen, added softly, "The magic of the solstice is important for a new bond. It strengthens it, makes it permanent. The timeline clicked into place with terrifying finality. This wasn't just a trial. It was a deadline. The gathering, the rushed selection. Kaelen needed to choose a mate before the solstice, and we were his last-minute options. Why us? I asked, the question burning in my throat. Why mail-order blights? Surely there are women within the pack who would be suitable. There are, Owen said, and something in his tone made me pause. But there are complications, political ones. Choosing a mate from within the pack means elevating one family above others. It can create resentment, division. An outsider is neutral ground, and a human is weak, Serafina finished bluntly. That is the thinking, is it not? A human mate cannot challenge his authority, brings no complicated family alliances, and is easier to control. Finn's cheerful expression dimmed. It is not entirely wrong, Rylan admitted quietly, cutting him off. The politics here are complex. What matters is that Kaelen needs a mate who can handle what it means to be Luna to a werewolf pack. Someone adaptable, intelligent, and brave enough not to run screaming when things get dangerous. How dangerous, Bethany whispered, her voice trembling. The silence that followed was more frightening than any answer could have been. Come on, Rylan said finally, pushing off from the doorframe. Better to show you than to tell you. Dress warmly. We're going into the forest. The woods in the stark daylight were, if anything, more unsettling than they had been in the mysterious dark. At night, the forest had been a blanket of shadows, its secrets hidden. Now I could see its vast, untamed scope. The pines stood like silent sentinels, their branches so thickly woven they created a perpetual twilight on the forest floor. Our breath plumed in the frigid air as we followed Rylan, Corbin, and Finn along a narrow, winding trail that dove deeper into the heart of their territory. This marks the inner boundary, Rylan explained, pointing to strange, angular symbols carved into the trunks of certain trees. They looked ancient, deliberate. Everything within these marks belongs to the Thorn Pack. Everything outside is neutral ground or belongs to others. And if someone crosses uninvited? Clara asked. She was a practical-looking woman in her mid-30s with auburn hair braided tightly down her back. Depends on who they are and why they're here, Corbin said. Other shifters know the rules. Humans usually just get escorted out with a very strong suggestion to forget they ever saw this place. Before I could ask what other shifters meant, a howl ripped through the stillness of the forest. It was long, mournful, and far, far too close. Every one of us froze. The sound seemed to vibrate in the air, resonating deep in my chest, speaking to some primal part of my brain that knew to fear it. Relax, Finn said, though his own posture had become more alert. That's just the morning patrol checking in. You'll get used to it. Will we? Bethany murmured, her face as white as the snow. We continued walking, and gradually I became aware of other presences moving parallel to our path, staying just out of sight in the dense undergrowth. Once, I caught a glimpse of something massive and dark gray between the trees. Far larger than any natural wolf, moving with a chilling, intelligent grace. My pulse quickened. They're watching us, I said quietly, my senses tingling with the awareness of being surrounded. Rylan glanced back at me. A flicker of respect in his eyes. Good. You should always assume you're being watched here. The pack is protective of its territory and its alpha. They want to see how you handle yourselves in their home. We emerged into another clearing, this one dotted with several large communal-looking buildings. Smoke curled from stone chimneys, and the sounds of normal life, voices, laughter, the rhythmic chop of wood, filled the air. But as we drew closer, the normalcy revealed its strange underpinnings. Children played in the snow, their movements almost too quick, too fluid. Adults worked at various tasks, tanning hides, repairing tools, tending fires, but they all paused as we passed, their eyes tracking our every move with a unified, predatory focus. This is the pack center, Owen explained. Most families have their own cabins, but we gather here for meals, meetings, training. It is the heart of our community. A woman approached us. She was older, perhaps in her 60s, with hair the color of iron and a face lined with experience and wisdom. She moved with an authority that made even Ryland straighten his posture slightly. Her eyes, a sharp, knowing green, swept over our group. "So these are the candidates," she said, her voice crisp and clear. "I am Maeve. I am the pack's healer and Kaelen's chief advisor. I will be evaluating your practical skills this morning." "Evaluating how?" Seraphina asked, her chin lifted. Maeve's smile was thin and sharp. "By seeing what you can do. We do not keep useless people here, regardless of who they might marry. If you cannot contribute, you cannot stay. It is that simple." She divided us into pairs. I found myself with Bethany, assigned to help prepare the midday meal in the large communal kitchen. The space was warm and bustling, filled with pack women working with a practiced, efficient harmony. They barely glanced at us, their focus entirely on their tasks. "You, with the Riverstone eyes," a woman called to me. She was perhaps 40, with strong, capable arms and dark hair streaked with silver. "Can you handle a knife?" I thought of the countless meals I had prepared for myself in my small apartment, of making a little food stretch a long way. "Yes," I said. She tossed me a sharp knife, and I caught it easily by the handle. She pointed to a mountainous pile of root vegetables. "Peel and dice. We need them uniform." I set to work, the familiar motion calming my nerves. Beside me, Bethany struggled with kneading a large trough of bread dough, her nervous energy making her movements clumsy. The pack women watched us from the corners of their eyes, their silent judgment a palpable force. "You've done this before," the dark-haired woman observed after a few minutes, watching my hands. "I lived alone for several years," I said, without looking up. "You learn to cook or you go hungry." "Good," she said, a note of approval in her voice. "We don't have time for precious girls who can't manage basic survival skills." She moved closer, her voice dropping. "I'm Anya. I'll give you advice because Maeve would expect it. Even if I don't particularly care which of you survives this trial." "How comforting," I said dryly. To my surprise, Anya's lips twitched. "Kaelen is a good alpha, strong, but he has been alone too long. It has made him cautious. He needs someone who will not just follow, but who will also stand beside him, challenge him." She paused, her sharp eyes studying me. "You do not strike me as the blindly obedient type, despite that soft face." She paused, her sharp eyes studying me. "You do not strike me as the blindly obedient type, despite that soft face." I am not sure if that is a compliment or an insult. Neither, she said. It is an observation. A pack is restless. We need a Luna, but more than that, we need someone who understands that being queen does not mean wearing pretty dresses. It means making hard choices and living with the consequences. Before I could respond, a commotion erupted outside. Shouts, the sound of something heavy crashing, a sudden surge of movement. The pack women in the kitchen moved as one, their casual demeanor transforming into sharp, focused alertness. They flowed toward the door, and I followed, Bethany close behind me. The scene in the clearing was one of controlled chaos. A tight circle of pack members had formed around two figures at its center. Kaelen stood, his shirt torn, a bloody gash visible on his shoulder. But he was standing firm, his expression cold and furious. At his feet lay a massive, unconscious gray wolf, its fur matted with blood. "What happened?" Maeve demanded, pushing through the crowd with an authority that made people instantly step aside. "Challenge," Ryland said grimly, appearing at my elbow. Lucas. He decided today was the day to test the Alpha's strength. "Fool," Maeve hissed, kneeling beside the fallen wolf. He knew this was not the time. There is never a good time for treason. Kaelen's voice was like ice, hard and sharp. His silver gaze swept across the assembled pack. And I saw several people flinch. Let this be clear. I do not care about posturing or politics. If you want my position, come and take it. But understand that I will not show mercy to anyone who threatens the stability of this pack. Especially not now. His eyes found mine in the crowd. They held for a fraction of a second, and in that brief connection, I did not see anger. I saw a profound, bone-deep exhaustion, the weariness of a man who had carried too much weight for far too long. The crowd began to disperse, people returning to their tasks with a new, nervous energy. Maeve was calling for help to move the injured wolf. Kaelen remained standing in the center of the clearing, alone, despite being surrounded by his people. Blood slowly staining his torn shirt. An impulse, reckless and undeniable, took hold of me. While everyone else gave him a wide berth, treating him like a force of nature best given space, I walked toward him. "Elara, no!" Bethany whispered harshly behind me. I didn't listen. I didn't know why I was doing it, only that I had to. I stopped a few feet away from him. "You should be with the others," he said, his voice low. "Probably," I agreed, "but you're hurt. And everyone else is either busy moving the challenger or pretending they didn't just witness their king fight for his throne. So I thought maybe you could use someone to stand with you." Something flickered in his expression. There, and gone so fast I might have imagined it. Surprise. I am aware of my injury. And yet you're standing here like a statue instead of getting it tended to, I said, then added more softly. "Does this happen often?" "More often lately," he admitted, glancing down at his shoulder as if seeing it for the first time. "The pack is unsettled. They need to know their alpha is strong enough to lead them through what is coming." "And what is coming?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Those silver eyes met mine again, and in their depths, I saw a shadow that made my blood run cold. "That," he said quietly, "is what I am trying to prevent you from having to find out." Before I could ask what he meant, Maeve was at his side, her expression severe. "Inside, now." That wound needs cleaning before it seals around the dirt. She glanced at me, and something calculating entered her gaze. You. Riverstone eyes. Come with us. Her name is Elara, Kaelen said, still looking at me. I know what her name is, Maeve replied tartly. I also know she's the only one of your candidates brave enough or foolish enough to approach you while you are bleeding and furious. That is either a useful trait or a dangerous one. I have not decided which yet. She turned and strode toward one of the buildings. Come along, both of you. The morning meal can wait. I followed, acutely aware of Kaelen walking beside me. His presence, a solid, warm force. Behind us, I could feel the weight of the pack's attention, their silent assessment of this small, defiant act. The trial was no longer about peeling vegetables or kneading dough. It had become something else entirely, and I had just stepped directly into the heart of it. Maeve's workspace was a sanctuary of organized chaos, a stark contrast to the raw tension outside. The air was thick with the scent of drying herbs. Sage, rosemary, something sharp and medicinal, mingling with the comforting aroma of beeswax. The walls were lined with shelves holding countless amber bottles, their contents mysterious and potent. Detailed drawings depicting both human and lupine anatomy were pinned to the walls, a constant reminder of the dual nature of the beings who lived here. Sit, Maeve commanded Kaelen, pointing to a sturdy wooden chair near a large, scarred table that served as her examination surface. She turned her sharp green eyes to me. You, the basin by the window. Fill it with hot water from the kettle, not the cold. Bring the clean cloths from that cabinet. I moved quickly, grateful for the simple, direct orders. They gave my trembling hands a purpose, something to focus on besides the towering. Wounded Alpha and the formidable healer. As I fetched the water and cloths, I watched from my periphery as Kaelen carefully shrugged out of his torn and bloodied shirt. My breath caught. His back and shoulders were a landscape of lean, powerful muscle. But it was the history written upon them that held my gaze. A web of old, silvery scars crisscrossed his skin, each one a story of a past battle, a past challenge. The fresh wound on his shoulder was an angry, ragged tear, deep enough that I could see the stark red of muscle beneath. It looks worse than it is, he said, his voice a low rumble. He had caught me staring. It looks, I replied, bringing the basin to Maeve, like you were mauled by something with very large teeth. I met his gaze steadily. Which, I suppose, is exactly what happened. Maeve made a sound that was somewhere between a grunt and a laugh. She took the basin from me. Hold this, she ordered, handing me a thick, clean cloth. When I tell you, press it directly against the wound. Firm pressure. Do not be squeamish. She began cleaning the injury with a brutal, practiced efficiency. Kaelen's jaw tightened, a muscle feathering along its edge. But he made no sound. He didn't flinch, even when she probed the deepest part of the gash. I found myself studying his face instead, the strong line of his nose, the way his dark hair fell across his forehead, the impossible silver of his eyes that now seemed shadowed with pain. You're staring, he said quietly, his gaze fixed on a point on the far wall. You are interesting to look at, I admitted, the honesty startling even me. Besides, it is either stare at you or stare at the wound, And one of those options is less likely to make me lose my breakfast. Now, Maeve commanded sharply. I pressed the cloth against his shoulder as instructed. I felt the hard ridge of his collarbone, the surprising heat of his skin, and the powerful fiench of muscle beneath my palm. The white cloth bloomed with crimson, warm and vivid against my fingers. Harder, Maeve instructed. Not looking up from her work. He heals fast, but not instantly. We must slow the bleeding before I can stitch it. I pressed down with more force, and Kaelen's hand came up to cover mine. He wasn't pushing me away, but steadying my grip, adjusting the angle of the pressure with a subtle shift of his large, calloused palm. The contact sent a jolt through me, a sudden, shocking warmth that had nothing to do with the blood or the nearby stove. His touch was electric, possessive, and for a single heart-stopping moment, the world narrowed to that point of connection. "Why did he challenge you?" I asked, my voice slightly unsteady. I needed a distraction. From his touch, from his proximity, from the sheer overwhelming reality of him. Lucas, I mean. Kaelen was silent for so long I thought he would ignore the question. Then he spoke, his voice low. Because he believes I am weak for seeking a human mate. Because he thinks 6 years without choosing a Luna from within the pack is an insult to our traditions. Because he is young and ambitious, and he sees an opportunity in the Council's growing impatience. Is he wrong? The question slipped out, bold and dangerous. About the weakness, I mean. Those silver eyes slid to mine, and I saw a storm brewing in their depths. What do you think? I considered it carefully. Ignoring Maeve's sharp glance, I think, I said slowly, choosing my words with care, that anyone who mistakes caution for cowardice or deliberation for indecision is going to find themselves very surprised. And probably bleeding. I think you are carrying a burden no one else can see, and that makes you careful, not weak. And I think Lucas learned that lesson about 30 seconds into your fight. A profound silence filled the room, broken only by the crackle of the stove. Then Kaelen did something that transformed his entire being. He smiled. It was not a large smile, but it softened the harsh angles of his face, warming the silver of his eyes and making him look younger. More approachable, devastatingly handsome. Maeve, he said, his gaze still locked on me. I am beginning to see why you told me to bring her in here. I told you to bring her because I needed an extra pair of hands, Maeve retorted primly. Though I heard a thread of satisfaction in her tone. The fact that she possesses a working brain is merely a fortunate bonus. Now, move your hand. I need to stitch this before you heal around the torn flesh. I stepped back as Maeve worked, her needle moving with a swift, sure precision that spoke of centuries of practice. Kaelen sat perfectly still, his breathing deep and measured. I found myself matching my breath to his, a rhythm calming the frantic beat of my heart. "Tell me about your hidden talent, Elara," Kaelen said suddenly, his voice cutting through the quiet concentration. "Tell me about your hidden talent, Elara," Kaelen said suddenly, his voice cutting through the quiet concentration. I blinked, thrown by the return to the subject. "I told you. I observe. I listen." "You said you see what people need," he countered, his gaze direct and unnervingly perceptive. "But there's more to it than that, is there not? I can sense when people lie. You, Elara, did not lie. But you did not tell the complete truth, either." My mouth went dry. I glanced at Maeve, who was focused on her stitching, but listening intently. The full truth felt like a vulnerability I couldn't afford, a secret I had guarded my entire life. But this man, this king, was peeling back my layers one by one. I sense things, I finally admitted, the words feeling like the confession, the motions, not bots, nothing so clear, but I can feel what people are feeling. Sometimes, even when they are trying very hard to hide it, it is like walking into a room and knowing immediately that an argument just ended, or that someone is terrified even though they are smiling. I pick up on the patterns of behavior. I can often predict how people will react. A human empath, Maeve murmured, tying off a stitch. Uncommon, and yours feels strong. Is that why you became a teacher? Because you could sense what your students needed? Partly, I whispered, the memory of the schoolhouse fire a cold knot in my chest. It made me good at my job. Too good, perhaps. People do not always appreciate it when you can see through their masks. No, Kaelen agreed, his voice quiet. They do not. He flexed his shoulder, testing the newly closed wound. It was already looking better, the angry redness fading to a healthy pink. How does it work here? Among the pack? I had been wondering that myself since the moment I arrived. Louder, I admitted. More intense. Whatever you all are, it amplifies everything. Last night at the gathering, it was overwhelming. Like standing in the center of a thunderstorm made of other people's hearts. Maeve and Kaelen exchanged a look I couldn't decipher. That could be either a great asset or a profound vulnerability, Maeve said. Pack emotions run hot. Territorial instincts, loyalty, rivalry, the bond between packmates. If you are feeling all of that without any natural shields, it is manageable, I said quickly, though I wasn't entirely sure that was true. I have learned to filter, to focus. It just requires adjustment. Everything here requires adjustment, Kaelen said, standing. His shoulder was almost completely healed, the stitches standing out as neat, dark lines against his skin. The question is whether you can adjust quickly enough. Before I could ask what he meant, the door to the workspace burst open and Finn stumbled in, his usual cheer replaced by stark urgency. Kaelen, he gasped, his chest heaving. We have a problem. The Northern Ridge Patrol just reported in. There's movement. A large group coming from the Canadian territory. They are not trying to hide their approach. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Maeve cursed under her breath in a language I didn't recognize, immediately beginning to stow her medical supplies with sharp, angry movements. The Shadow Fang Pack, Kaelen said. It wasn't a question. They're flying their colors, Finn confirmed, his eyes flicking to me before returning to his alpha. It's an official delegation. Kaelen's entire demeanor shifted. The brief moment of openness was gone, replaced by the unyielding mask of leadership. How many? At least 20, maybe more. Lysandra, Kaelen breathed the name, and it sounded like a curse. They heard about the trial, Finn said, shifting his weight uncomfortably. What do you want to do? Kaelen was quiet for a long moment, his jaw working as he processed this new threat. Send word, he said finally. His voice hard. Gather the candidates, all 6 of them, in the main hall within the hour. If Shadow Fang wants to see what we are doing, they will see it properly. And find me a clean shirt. Finn nodded and vanished as quickly as he had appeared. I stood frozen, trying to process the sudden shift. A rival pack, an official visit during the trial. The tension in both Maeve's and Kaelen's expressions told me this was a crisis. "What does this mean?" I asked. My voice small. Kaelen pulled on the clean black shirt Maeve handed him. "It means," he said carefully, "that the timeline has just been compressed. The Shadow Fang Pack are our nearest neighbors and our oldest rivals. If they are sending a delegation now, it's because they want to assess our stability, or our lack of it. And if they decide we are unstable," I pressed, my heart sinking. His silver eyes met mine, and I saw the immense weight of his responsibility, the burden of protecting every soul in this territory. And we are looking at a challenge for territory, possibly a war. The word hung in the herb-scented air. Cold and final. This wasn't just about Kaelen choosing a mate anymore. It was about the survival of his entire pack. The politics were real, and they were deadly. "You need to understand something," Kaelen said, stepping closer. "If you stay, if any of you stay, you are not just agreeing to marry a werewolf king. You are agreeing to stand at the center of conflicts that could turn violent in a heartbeat. This is not a fairy tale. Elara, this is real, and it is dangerous, and people get hurt." I thought about his words from earlier, about preventing me from finding out what was coming. I thought about the challenge this morning, about the exhaustion in his eyes. He had been holding this threat at bay, alone, for who knew how long. "And you have been facing this alone," I said softly, "for 6 years. Something in his expression cracked. Just for a moment, a glimpse of the man beneath the crown, weary and burdened. Then it was gone. "Come," he said. "We need to prepare you and the others for what is about to happen." He paused at the door, his hand on the frame. "And Elara, thank you for earlier, for not treating me like a statue." "You are welcome," I said, and I meant it. As we walked back toward the main hall, the atmosphere in the pack center had transformed. The earlier tension was now a thrumming, ready energy. People moved with purpose, their casualness replaced by a watchful readiness. Children were being ushered inside. Men and women checked weapons with practiced ease. The entire community was preparing for a different kind of battle, a battle of perception and power. Rylan met us halfway, his scarred face grim. The others are gathered. Seraphina is asking pointed questions. Bethany looks like she might faint, and Liana is trying to keep everyone calm. "And the others?" Kaelen asked. Clara is steady. Rosemary is quiet but holding. She's not panicking. Rylan's eyes shifted to me. "You good?" He was asking if I could handle what was coming. I thought about the normal world, about quiet shame and slow starvation. I thought about the fire in Kaelen's eyes, the weight on his shoulders, the way an entire community looked to him for their survival. "I'm good," I said, and I thought the truth of it settled deep in my bones. The main hall was immense, with a high beamed ceiling and a stone fireplace large enough to stand in. The 6 of us candidates stood in a nervous cluster near the center as pack members filed in, taking positions along the walls with the disciplined silence of soldiers. Seraphina caught my eye, her gaze questioning. I gave a slight, helpless shake of my head. Nathaniel stood at the front, flanked by Rylan. Corbin and Finn. Maeve positioned herself near the fireplace, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "Listen carefully," Kaelen's voice cut through the murmurs. In less than 30 minutes, we will have visitors from the Shadow Fang Pack. This is both a diplomatic formality and a strategic assessment. They wish to see how we are handling the question of succession. Why do they care? Clara asked, her practical nature overriding her fear. Because a pack without a stable leadership structure is vulnerable, Corbin answered. And vulnerable territory is territory that can be challenged and claimed. Bethany made a small, terrified sound. Seraphina's eyes narrowed, already calculating. Rosemary remained perfectly still, absorbing everything. What do you need from us? I asked, my voice echoing slightly in the vast space. Kaelen's gaze fixed on me, and I felt that strange magnetic pull. I need you to be exactly what you are. Do not perform. Do not pretend. They will sense deception immediately, and it will make everything worse. And what exactly are we? Seraphina asked, her tone cool. In their eyes, the silence was heavy. Finally, Rylan spoke. You are proof that our alpha is taking succession seriously. You are evidence of stability, and if any of you prove compatible, he trailed off, glancing at Kaelen. Then you are the future, Kaelen finished quietly, for better or for worse. Outside, I heard the sound of approaching footsteps, many of them, moving in a synchronized, intimidating rhythm. The Shadow Fang delegation had arrived. Kaelen straightened, his presence expanding to fill the hall. When he looked at us candidates one last time, his expression was unreadable. Whatever happens next, he said, his voice low and intense. Remember that you chose to be here. That choice matters more than you know. Then the great wooden doors of the hall swung open, and the world shifted once again. The Shadow Fang Pack entered not as guests, but as conquerors assessing a new land. They moved with a cold, unified grace, their footsteps a single ominous drumbeat. There were 20 of them, dressed in uniforms of charcoal gray and stark white. Their faces carved from ice and ambition. At their head walked a woman who could only be their alpha, Lysandra. She was tall and severe, her silver blonde hair braided into a cruel, beautiful crown. Her eyes were the color of a frozen lake, and when her gaze swept across the hall, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter outside. Kaelen Thorne, she said, her voice accented, sharp as a shard of glass. It has been too long since Shadowfang has looked upon your territory. Her gaze, cold and calculating, slid to where we stood. I heard rumors of a trial, but King so desperate he must import his brides. Naturally, I was curious. The trap was set. The game was afoot, and I was standing right in the middle of the board. The air in the great hall grew thin and sharp, like the moment before a lightning strike. Lysandra's words hung in the silence, not a question, but an accusation wrapped in silk. A king so desperate, I could feel the collective flinch of the Thorn Pack. A ripple of wounded pride and simmering anger. Kaelen did not move, but his stillness became a different thing. Not calm, but the poised tension of a predator about to spring. The rumors are accurate. Lysandra, he said, his voice dangerously level. Though I am surprised news traveled so far, so fast, we are a long way from your northern peaks. Information has wings when it concerns the stability of a neighbor, Lysandra replied, gliding further into the hall. Her delegation fanned out behind her, a wall of cold, beautiful faces. A king without a mate for 6 years raises questions. Questions about strength, about commitment, about the future of a pack that controls such valuable land. There it was. The true reason for this visit laid bare. This was not diplomacy. It was a veiled challenge. The Thorn Pack's stability is not in question, Rylan said. His voice, a low growl from where he stood flanking Kaelen. We have held our territory, honored our alliances, and grown stronger under Kaelen's leadership. Have you? Lysandra's attention snapped to Rylan. Her gaze like a physical blow. Then why resort to this human market? Why bring fragile outsiders into pack business when there are surely capable females within your own ranks? Because Maeve's voice cut through the tension from her place by the fireplace, serene and sharp as a scalpel. A wise leader considers all options. He makes choices for the good of the pack, not to satisfy the gossip of outsiders. Lysandra's icy eyes shifted to Maeve, and a flicker of recognition passed between them. Ah. A venerable Maeve, still whispering in the ears of kings, I see. Tell me, did you counsel this particular strategy? I counsel what I have always counseled, Maeve replied, unflinching. Strength through wisdom, not rashness. But you did not come here to debate pack politics with an old woman. You came to assess a perceived weakness. So assess. A slow, cruel smile spread across Lysandra's face. Direct. I appreciate that. She turned her attention back to us. The candidates, and began a slow, deliberate walk around our small cluster. Her gaze was a physical weight, cold and assessing. These are your options, she mused, not bothering to hide her disdain. Humans. Potential mates, Kaelen corrected, his voice gaining an edge I hadn't heard before. And I will remind you that you are a guest in my territory, Lysandra. Courtesy extends both ways. Of course, she purred, stopping directly in front of me. Her presence was overwhelming, a glacier of contained power and malice. This one, the blonde with the quiet eyes that see too much. Her gaze felt like it was peeling back my skin. What is your name? Elara Vance, I said, forcing my voice to remain steady. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. And what, Elara Vance, makes you believe you could be Luna to a werewolf pack? The question was a trap, designed to humiliate, to expose my inadequacy to everyone present. I could feel the expectation in the room. They expected me to stammer, to crumble under the weight of her glacial stare. But Kaelen's words echoed in my mind. Be exactly what you are. I thought of the schoolhouse, of being judged and found wanting by small minds. I would not give her that satisfaction. I don't know if I can, I said, the honesty startling her. I could see it in the slight widening of her eyes. I have been here less than a day. I barely understand what being part of a pack means, let alone leading one. But I do know that I am here because I chose to be. And I know that running from difficult situations has never solved anything worth solving. Lysandra's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. Bold words from such a soft thing. Do you have the strength to back them up? I have the strength to stand here, answering your questions instead of running away, I replied, my chin lifting, which is apparently more than you expected. For a long, breathless moment, the entire hall was silent. Then, Lysandra laughed, a sound like ice shattering. Oh, she has teeth, hidden under all that human fragility. Teeth, nonetheless. She turned to Kaelen. This one is interesting. The others, she waved a dismissive hand at Seraphina, Bethany, and the rest. They smell of fear and ambition. But this one, she smells of something else. Defiance. Her eyes glinted. Let's test that defiance. A demonstration. She gestured to one of her pack, a young man with hair as white as snow and the lean, hungry look of a natural hunter. Orion is one of my best trackers. He can find a single drop of dew in a desert. It is a valuable skill. What are you proposing? Maeve asked, her voice sharp with warning. A simple exercise, Lysandra said, her smile all predator. Each of your candidates faces a small challenge. Nothing dangerous, merely illuminating. We will hide a token in the forest. They will have 1 hour to find it. No pack assistance, no guides, just their own human instincts. Her gaze swept over us. It will demonstrate their ability to function in your territory. Unless, of course, you believe they are not ready for even such a simple test. The trap was sprung. Refuse, and Kaelen would appear weak, confirming her suspicions. Accept, and he would be sending us. Unprepared humans into a forest he himself had called dangerous. The forest is no place for untrained humans, Corbin said, his quiet voice carrying through the hall. Especially with the boundary tensions we've been managing. Then perhaps they are not suitable candidates after all, Lysandra replied smoothly. I saw the conflict on Kaelen's face, the calculation. He was weighing our safety against the stability of his pack. The political stakes were too high. Before he could speak, before I could even think, I heard my own voice, clear and firm in the tense silence. I'll do it. Every head turned toward me. Kaelen's silver eyes locked on mine. A storm of warning and something else, something like desperation. Elara, he began, his voice a low rumble. You said we needed to prove we could handle this, I said, speaking directly to him, shutting out everyone else. That we needed to show we belong here. So let me show you. It is not that simple, he said, but I could see the political gears turning in his mind. Actually, it is, I said, turning to face Lysandra. 1 hour, I find what you've hidden. Alone. What happens if I succeed? Lysandra's smile was genuinely amused now. If you succeed, little human, then Shadowfang will acknowledge that the Thorn Pack's unconventional process is producing candidates of merit. We will return north and report that your pack remains stable. Her eyes hardened. And if you fail, then the question of your pack's stability remains very much open. The hall erupted. Pack members voiced their objections. Seraphina was demanding to know what gave me the right. Bethany had started to cry quietly. Through the noise, I kept my eyes on Kaelen. He looked at me for a long, piercing moment, and I felt something pass between us. An understanding of the impossible position we were both in. Finally, he spoke, his voice formal and binding. If Elara agrees to this trial, she goes with the full protection of pack law. Any harm that comes to her within our boundaries will be considered an act of aggression against the Thorn Pack. Lysandra inclined her head. Agreed. We have no interest in harming humans, only in assessing their limitations. Then we have an agreement, Kaelen said. His gaze found mine again. Are you certain? Was I? Every instinct for self-preservation screamed that this was madness. But I also felt the weight of his burden, the future of this pack, and my own stubborn refusal to be dismissed as weak. I'm certain, I said. The next 20 minutes were a blur of preparation. I was given a heavy fur-lined coat, thick gloves, and sturdy boots. Maeve pulled me aside and pressed a small, cold object into my hand, a silver whistle on a leather cord. If you are in true mortal danger, you blow this, she said, her eyes fierce. We will come for you. Political consequences be damned. Do not be a dead hero, girl. I'll try to remember that, I said. My voice shakier than I wanted. Liana appeared at my side, her face pale with worry. The forest, it feels different to us than it does to you. Trust your instincts, even if they seem illogical. And if you feel you are being watched, you are. The pack will be monitoring from a distance. It is the only way Kaelen allowed this. As I was led to the hall's entrance, a hand caught my arm. I turned to find Kaelen. The torches painted his face in flickering light and shadow. You did not have to do this, he said, his voice low and rough. I would have found another way. Maybe, I said, but this felt like the right choice. I took a breath. Besides, you said our choices matter. I wanted mine to matter for something. His hand tightened on my arm briefly. When you find the token, when you find it, follow the sound of the creek back toward the pack's center. Do not take shortcuts. The direct path is the safest. When, not if. That's more confidence than I have, I admitted. Then borrow mine, he said, and his silver eyes held a fire that stole my breath. I do not make mistakes about people. Elara, and I do not think I have made one about you. Before I could form a response, Lysandra's voice cut through the night. The hour begins now, little human. Orion has hidden your objective. You have until the moon reaches that branch. She pointed to a high, skeletal limb against the starry sky. I walked out into the freezing night. The cold was a physical shock, searing my lungs. I looked at the wall of trees ahead, a vast, dark maw waiting to swallow me whole. Somewhere in that endless wilderness was a token I had to find, and somewhere behind me, a werewolf king was watching, believing I could do this. Taking a deep breath, feeling the weight of the whistle against my chest, I stepped into the forest. The silence was the first thing that struck me. Not true silence, but the absence of human noise. The world was filled with the crunch of my boots on snow, the sigh of wind in the pine needles, the distant crack of a branch. The moonlight, which had seemed so bright in the clearing, was fractured and weak here, creating a world of shifting, deceptive shadows. I forced myself to stop, to breathe, to think. I forced myself to stop, to breathe, to think. Orion was a tracker. He would have hidden the token in a way that tested tracking skills. But I wasn't a tracker. I was an empath. So I closed my eyes and did the only thing I could. I reached out with that strange sixth sense. At first, it was overwhelming. The forest was alive with emotion. I could feel the pack's attention, a focused, protective wave of anxiety and hope emanating from the direction of the town. But underneath that, fainter, I felt something else, a cold, arrogant satisfaction, a thread of malicious amusement. It was the emotional signature Lysandra's pack had left on the token. It felt foreign, oily, and out of place in this ancient wood. I opened my eyes and began to walk, following that cold, thin thread of emotion like a bloodhound on a scent. It led me away from the familiar sounds of the pack center, deeper into the woods, where the trees grew so thick they blotted out the sky. The path became rougher, the ground uneven. 20 minutes passed, then 30. Doubt began to creep in, cold and insidious. Had I imagined it? Was I just wandering aimlessly, destined to fail and prove Lysandra right? Then I felt it again. That cold amusement, stronger now, and with it, a new sensation, a pulsing, ancient wrongness that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. I pushed through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the way they snagged on my new coat, and stumbled into a small circular clearing. There, in the center, hanging from the low branch of a twisted, lightning-blasted tree, was a pendant. It was a jagged shard of obsidian, black as a starless night, wrapped in silver wire and suspended from a leather cord. It radiated a palpable malevolence that made my stomach clench. This was it. But my empathy was screaming a warning. This wasn't just about the pendant. The very ground felt tainted. I approached slowly, every sense screaming in alarm. As I drew closer, I saw why. The snow around the clearing was trampled with paw prints. They were large, larger than any I'd seen near the pack center, and misshapen, as if the creature that made them was neither fully wolf nor fully man. This was a boundary point, a place where territories overlapped. Lysandra hadn't just tested my tracking, she had led me into genuinely dangerous territory. I had a choice: take the pendant and risk triggering a territorial response from whatever creatures claimed this land, or return empty-handed and give Lysandra the excuse she needed to challenge Kaelen. I thought of his exhausted eyes. I thought of the weight of the whistle around my neck. I thought of my own name called out in the firelight. She stays. I stepped into the clearing, my heart hammering. I reached up, my fingers closing around the cold, unnerving stone of the pendant. The moment I pulled it from the branch, the forest erupted. Howls shattered the silence. Not the clean, organized calls of the Thorn Pack, but ragged, savage screams that came from every direction. They were close, too close. I ran. My lungs burned as I crashed through the undergrowth. A pendant clutched in my fist like a shard of ice. The howls echoed around me, disorienting, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The moonlight was a traitor, casting shadows that lunged and twisted. I couldn't see my pursuers, but I could feel them. Their hunger, their rage, their primal need to defend their land. They were rogues, the boundary dwellers Liana had warned me about. I forced myself to remember Kaelen's instructions. Follow the creek, but where was it? Panic clawed at my throat. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow hid a monster. Then I heard it, the faint, musical trickle of water over stone to my right. I changed direction, my boots sliding on a patch of ice. My feet went out from under me, and I tumbled down a steep, snowy embankment, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I landed hard at the bottom. The wind knocked from my lungs, a sharp pain blooming in my ankle. The pendant flew from my grasp. No, I scrambled to my knees, frantically searching the trampled snow. There, a glint of silver chain caught in the roots of a fallen tree. I crawled toward it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp it. A low, guttural growl froze me in place. I looked up slowly. At the top of the embankment I'd just fallen down stood a wolf. But it was unlike any wolf I had ever seen or imagined. It was emaciated, its ribs showing through a mangy gray coat. One ear was torn, and its eyes burned with a feral red light. Saliva dripped from its exposed, yellowed fangs. This was no proud pack member. This was a starving, desperate outcast. It took a step down the embankment toward me, its growl deepening. I had seconds. I could blow the whistle, summon the pack, and admit I couldn't handle the challenge. Or I could try the impossible. I clutched the pendant, pulled myself to my feet despite the screaming pain in my ankle, and met the wolf's hellish gaze. "I don't want to fight you," I said, my voice trembling but clear. I poured every ounce of my empathy into my words, trying to project not fear, but calm, non-aggression. "I am just passing through. I mean you no harm." The rogue wolf paused, its head tilting. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it had worked, that it understood. Then 2 more wolves, just as gaunt and savage, emerged from the trees behind the first, their red eyes fixed on me. Talking was over. I turned and ran, limping along the bank of the creek, ignoring the fire in my ankle. The rogues gave chase, their snarls and the thunder of their paws filling the night. The creek widened, the sound of rushing water growing louder. I could see the distant, welcoming glow of torchlight from the pack's center. So close, but the wolves were closer. I could smell their foul breath, hear the snap of their jaws just behind me. I fumbled for the whistle, my frozen fingers clumsy and blue with all the air left in my burning lungs. A sound was piercing, cutting through the night like a blade. The effect was instantaneous. The rogue skidded to a halt, confused and wary of the unnatural sound. And from the pack's center ahead, an answering call rose. Not a whistle, but a unified, earth-shaking howl that spoke of pure, unleashed power. The forest in front of me exploded. The Thorn pack poured from the trees, a tidal wave of fur, muscle, and fury. Dozens of wolves, their eyes glowing like amber coals, and at their head, a massive midnight black wolf with eyes of burning silver. Kaelen. He reached me in a blur of motion, placing his immense body between me and the rogues with a snarl that vibrated in my very bones. The rest of the pack formed a living, breathing wall around me, a barrier of teeth and primal strength. The rogues, outnumbered and outclassed, melted back into the shadows, their snarls fading into the night. The black wolf, Kaelen, turned to look at me. Even in this form, his question was clear. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," I gasped, leaning against a tree for support, trembling from head to toe. I held up the obsidian pendant. I got it. I found it. He made a sound, a deep chuff that might have been relief or reprimand. Then he was moving, leading the way back, the pack closing ranks around me in a protective escort. I limped along in the center of that circle of wolves. The hostile pendant cold in my hand, my mind struggling to catch up with the reality of what had just happened. I had been hunted, I had been saved, and I had, against all odds, succeeded. We emerged from the tree line into the clearing of the pack center. The entire community seemed to be waiting. I saw Maeve, her face tight with relief. I saw the other candidates, their expressions a mix of awe and resentment. Sandra and her delegation standing apart, their faces unreadable. Kaelen shifted back to his human form in a seamless, breathtaking motion. Already pulling on a pair of trousers someone handed him, he took in my disheveled state, my limping gait. "You're injured," he said, his voice rough. "I fell. It's just a sprain." I held up the pendant. "But I got it. 1 hour. The terms are met." Lysandra stepped forward, her expression grudgingly impressed. "You actually survived the rogues?" I must admit, I did not expect that. Orion chose that location specifically. Most humans would have turned back. "Most humans have better sense," I replied, the adrenaline making me reckless. "But you set the terms." "I met them." "That you did," Lysandra said, taking the pendant from my hand. She examined it, then nodded to her pack. "It seems the Thorn Pack's selection process is producing candidates of unexpected quality." She turned to Kaelen, a human who does not panic in the face of rogues, who completes an objective against the odds and has the spine to speak back to a visiting alpha. That is not nothing, Kaelen Thorne. If this one survives your final choice, she might be worth the complication. It wasn't an endorsement, but it was a retreat. The immediate threat was neutralized. Lysandra and her pack departed as coldly as they had arrived, leaving a ringing silence in their wake. The moment they were gone, the pack's formal posture broke. People surged forward, voices overlapping, questions flying. Maeve's voice cut through it all. "Enough! This girl needs her ankle seen to and rest, not your gawking. Everyone, back to your duties." As the crowd dispersed, Maeve ushered me back toward her workspace. Kaelen followed. Once inside, Maeve examined my ankle, pronouncing it a bad sprain, and began wrapping it with practiced hands. "You," she said, pointing a finger at Kaelen, "need to explain to this reckless child that heroics get people killed." She then pointed the same finger at me. "And you need to understand that proving a point to a snake like Lysandra is not worth being rogue food." "She completed the challenge," Kaelen said, his voice quiet. "She did what needed to be done. She nearly got herself killed doing it." I knew it was stupid, but it worked. Later, after Maeve had finished and left us alone in the herb-scented warmth, Kaelen turned to me. "Why did you do it? Truly, you could have let the challenge stand. I would have handled Lysandra." "You could have let the challenge stand." "I would have handled Lysandra." I looked at him, at the king who carried the weight of a world on his shoulders, who faced challenges from within and without. "Because you needed someone to prove that your faith in this process wasn't misplaced," I said softly. "And because you've been carrying this alone for so long, I thought for 1 hour I could carry a small part of it for you." He was silent for a long time, his silver eyes searching my face. "You are unlike anyone I have ever known, Elara Vance." He didn't say anything else. But he didn't need to. The way he looked at me was a language of its own. The trial was no longer a selection. It had become a conversation, and I was only just beginning to find my voice. The silence in Maeve's workspace stretched, thick with unspoken words and the lingering scent of pine and healing herbs. Kaelen's gaze was a physical weight, his silver eyes holding mine with an intensity that made the air feel thin. He didn't speak, but the question hung between us as clearly as if he'd shouted it. "Who are you that you would do this?" Finally, he broke the silence, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in the quiet room. "Rest. That is an order, not a suggestion." He turned and left, the door closing with a soft, definitive click, leaving me alone with the throb of my ankle and the whirlwind of my thoughts. I was not alone for long. Liana arrived, her face a mask of quiet concern, and helped me back to the main lodge, but not to the room I had shared with her. She led me up the main staircase and down a different hallway, one with fewer doors and thicker pines, richer carpets. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice still shaky from the night's ordeal. "The Alpha Wing," she said simply, as if that explained everything. She opened a heavy oak door, revealing a room that was both spacious and surprisingly warm. A large bed with a thick down comforter dominated the space, and a fire crackled merrily in a stone hearth. "This is your room now. Kaelen's orders. My room. Not a room. My room." The implication was staggering. Before I could process it, I noticed Seraphina standing in the doorway of the room across the hall. She was already changed into a nightgown of dark, expensive-looking silk, her dark hair flowing freely around her shoulders. Her expression was unreadable. "So," she said, her voice cool and measured, "it seems we are now neighbors and competitors in truth." She gave me a slow, appraising look, from my disheveled hair to my bandaged ankle. "Congratulations on your dramatic success. I suppose brute survival has its place in the selection process." Before I could form a response, she retreated into her room and closed the door, the sound a quiet but firm period to her statement. The message was clear. The pretense of solidarity was over. It was now her against me. Liana helped me into bed, her touch gentle. "Do not mind Seraphina," she murmured. "She was born for politics. She understands power." "But she does not understand the heart of the pack. Not yet." She tucked the blankets around me. "What you did tonight, it was foolish, but it was also brave. The pack will not forget it." She extinguished the lamp and left me alone in the firelit darkness. I lay there, listening to the pop and crackle of the flames, the events of the night replaying behind my eyes, the cold arrogance of Lysandra, the terrifying red eyes of the rogues, the earth-shaking power of Kaelen's wolf form, and his human eyes looking at me with something that was not just gratitude, but a dawning, terrifying respect. My last thought before sleep claimed me was not of fear, but of that look in his eyes. And the terrifying, thrilling realization that I wanted to see it again. I was woken by a soft tapping at my door. Dawn was just beginning to tinge the sky with a pale, rosy gray. A young pack member I didn't recognize entered, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl of oatmeal, a cup of tea, and a small, twisted root I recognized from Maeve's shelves. "Maeve says to chew this for the pain," the girl said shyly, placing the tray on my bedside table. "And the Alpha requests your presence in his study in 1 hour. He said," she hesitated, "to wear something warm. You will be going outside." An hour later, my ankle tightly bound and feeling marginally better, I stood outside Kaelen's study. I had dressed in the warm. Practical clothes provided, my heart a nervous drum in my chest. I knocked softly. Enter. His study was a reflection of the man himself, powerful, ordered, and layered with a hidden depth. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves groaned under the weight of leather-bound volumes and rolled maps. A massive desk of dark wood stood before a window that looked out over the raking forest, and Kaelen stood before it, dressed in simple, dark trousers and a gray sweater that did nothing to diminish his commanding presence. He turned as I entered, his silver eyes sweeping over me, cataloging my condition. "How is your ankle?" "Manageable," I said, refusing to show any weakness in front of him. "Maeve's root helps." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Good. We have a long walk ahead of us." "A walk?" I thought. "The council can wait," he interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "There is something you need to see, something you need to understand if you are to be considered for the role of Luna." He picked up a heavy, fur-lined cloak from a chair and handed it to me. "Come." We walked in silence, leaving the main lodge and heading not toward the pack center, but in the opposite direction, along a path that wound up a steep, forested hillside. The air was bitingly cold, but the exertion of the climb warmed my blood. Kaelen set a pace that was challenging, but not impossible, clearly mindful of my injury. He didn't speak, and I was grateful for the silence, using it to gather my courage and my thoughts. After nearly half an hour, we emerged from the trees onto a rocky outcrop that overlooked the entire valley. The view stole the breath from my lungs. Below us, Pinecrest lay nestled in the cradle of the mountains, smoke curling from chimneys into the crisp morning air. Beyond it, the pack center was a hive of quiet activity, and surrounding it all was the endless, breathtaking expanse of the wilderness, a sea of green and white under a vast, pale sky. "This," Kaelen said, his voice quiet, but carrying easily in the thin air, "is the Thorn territory. Everything you can see. From that northern ridge," he pointed to a jagged line of peaks, "to the river in the south is under my protection. It is home to over 300 souls. Their safety, their future, is my responsibility." He turned to me, his expression grave. "You asked me last night what is coming, Elara. This is what is coming." He gestured to the vast landscape, not just Lysandra and the Shadow Thing. There are other packs, other alphas, all watching, all waiting. They see a young king, unmated, his line unsecured. They see vulnerability. A kingdom without an heir is a kingdom waiting to be divided. The challenge from Lucas was not an isolated incident. It is a symptom of a greater sickness, a doubt that is spreading through the pack and through our neighbors. I looked out at the stunning, peaceful vista, and for the first time I saw the tension underlying it. I saw not just beauty, but a prize. I saw not just a home, but a fortress under silent siege. "This is the weight of the crown," I whispered, the truth of it settling heavily on my own shoulders. "This is part of it," he agreed. "The other part..." He paused, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something like pain in his eyes. "The other part is loneliness, Elara. A king cannot show weakness, not even to his most trusted beta. A king cannot share his deepest fears. For 6 years, I have carried this alone. The council advises, but the final decision, the ultimate burden, is mine alone. A Luna, a true Luna, is not just a political partner. She is an anchor, a confidant, a one person in the world with whom an alpha can be just a man. His words hung between us, raw and honest. He was not trying to impress me or seduce me. He was showing me the stark, unvarnished truth of the position he was offering. It was a greater responsibility than I had ever imagined. "Why are you showing me this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Because you earned the truth," he said simply. "Last night, you did not run from a threat to this pack. You ran toward it. You faced it with a courage I have rarely seen. That deserves honesty." He took a step closer, his gaze intense. "The council will question you today. They will ask about bloodlines, about politics, about strength. Serafino dazzle them with her knowledge and her poise. But I need to know what you see when you look at this valley, Elara. Not what you think I want to hear, what you truly see." I turned back to the view, seeing it with new eyes. I saw the fragile threads of community holding back the wilderness. I saw the immense, silent pressure bearing down on the man standing beside me. And I saw my own reflection in the glassy surface of a distant, frozen lake, small, insignificant, but fiercely, stubbornly present. "I see a home that needs protecting," I said slowly, feeling my way toward the truth. "I see a people who need a leader they can believe in. And I see a king." I looked at him, meeting his silver gaze without flinching, "who is tired of being a statue, who needs someone to see the man and not just the crown." The air between us crackled. The space felt charged, as if the world had narrowed to this single point on the mountain, to the two of us standing against the vast sky. He didn't move, but I felt the shift in him, a subtle relaxation of the perpetual tension in his shoulders. "Be that honest with the council," he said softly. "It is the only thing they will respect." The walk back down the mountain was undertaken in a companionable silence, but the world felt different, the colors sharper, the air clearer. The understanding between us was a tangible thing, a bridge built not on pretty words, but on shared truth. The understanding between us was a tangible thing, a bridge built not on pretty words, but on shared truth. When we returned to the lodge, the atmosphere was tense. The pack council was assembled in the great hall. Serafina was already there, standing poised and perfect before a semicircle of severe-looking elders. She was in the middle of answering a question, her voice clear and confident, citing historical precedents and trade agreements with a fluency that was clearly impressive. She finished to a murmur of approval from several council members. Then, all eyes turned to me as I limped into the hall, my cheeks flushed from the cold, my hair likely windswept. "Ah, the second candidate," said an elderly man with a long white beard and eyes like chips of flint. He was Alistair, the head of the council. "Elara Vance, we have heard much about your nocturnal adventures. Please, come forward." I took my place beside Serafina. She didn't look at me, but I could feel her satisfaction, her confidence that she had already won this round. "Elara Vance," Alistair began, his voice echoing in the hall. "You come to us with no name, no lineage, no understanding of our ways. You are human. And therefore, by definition, weak. Why should our alpha choose you over a candidate who understands the complexities of pack law and politics? It was the question I had been dreading, delivered with brutal bluntness. I could feel Kaelen's gaze from where he sat, observing silently. I could lie. I could try to list false strengths. But I remembered his words on the mountain. Be that honest. I took a deep breath. You are right, I said. My voice carrying clearly in the silent hall. A ripple of surprise went through the council. I have no famous bloodline. I do not yet understand the intricacies of your laws. And physically, I will always be weaker than the lowest pack member. I saw Seraphina's lips curve in a tiny, triumphant smile. But, I continued, my gaze sweeping over the council members, I have other strengths. I can feel the emotions in a room. I can sense deception. And fear, and loyalty. I can see the man beneath the crown, and I understand the weight he carries, because I have felt a fraction of it myself. Aluna is not just a scholar or a politician. She is the heart of the pack. And a heart does not need a famous name to be true. It needs only to be strong and brave and true. I turned my head and looked directly at Kaelen. You do not need someone to tell you how to be a king. You have been doing that alone, brilliantly, for 6 years. What you need is someone who is not afraid to stand beside you. Not behind you, beside you. The silence in the hall was absolute. I saw Maeve, seated near Kaelen, hide a smile behind her hand. I saw Rylan give a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Alistair's flinty eyes were unreadable. Seraphina finally broke the silence, her voice dripping with condescending sweetness. A pretty speech. Elara, truly, but sentiment does not secure borders. Feelings do not negotiate treaties. Perhaps not, I said, turning to face her fully, but trust does. And a pack that trusts its Luna to be honest, to be their voice to the Alpha, is a pack that is united. And a united pack is the strongest border of all. I had no idea where the words were coming from. They felt like they were being pulled from a deep well of truth I hadn't known I possessed. A council did not dismiss me. They asked more questions, harder questions about my past, my failures, my fears. I answered them all with the same brutal honesty. I told them about the schoolhouse fire, about being cast out, about the desperation that led me to that advertisement. I held nothing back. By the end, I was emotionally raw, laid bare before them. Finally, Alistair held up a hand. Enough. The council will confer. He looked from me to Seraphina. You are both dismissed. As we left the hall, Seraphina walked beside me, her composure finally cracked. You think honesty is a virtue here? She hissed, her voice low and venomous. You are a fool. This is a game of power, not of hearts. You have just shown them all your weaknesses. Or, I said, stopping and turning to face her, I have shown them that I have nothing to hide. That my strength is not in what I pretend to be, but in what I am. I continued down the hallway, leaving her standing there. I didn't know if I had convinced the council, but I had convinced myself. I knew who I was and what I had to offer. And for the first time since arriving in Pinecrest, I felt not like a desperate fugitive, but like a woman who might just be worthy of a crown. The solstice was tomorrow. A choice would be made, And as I walked away, I knew with a certainty that shook me to my core that I wanted it. I wanted the burden. I wanted the crown. I wanted him. And that realization was the most terrifying thing of all. The silence in the hallway after my confrontation with Seraphina was deafening. My heart was a wild, frantic thing in my chest, beating out a rhythm of both terror and exhilaration. I had laid myself bare before the Pack Council. A collection of the most powerful and traditional werewolves in the territory. I had shown them my scars, my humanity, my weaknesses, and I had done it by choice. I didn't wait to see Seraphina's reaction. I walked away, my bandaged ankle protesting with every step, but my spine was straight. I had found a piece of myself on that mountain with Kaelen, a core of steel I hadn't known was there. I would not bend now. I retreated to my new room, the space feeling less like a gilded cage and more like a sanctuary. I needed a moment to breathe, to process the seismic shift that had just occurred within me. I was no longer just fighting for survival. I was fighting for a future here in this strange, wild place with its brooding, magnificent king. A soft knock came at my door. It was Liana, her eyes wide with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. "The whole pack is talking," she said, slipping inside and closing the door behind her. "No one has ever spoken to the council like that, especially not a human. They are used to posturing and politics. Your honesty, it shocked them." "Did it shock them enough?" I asked, my voice weary. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me drained. Liana shrugged, a delicate movement. "It is hard to say. Some, like Elder Alistair, value tradition above all else. Your lack of lineage is a serious mark against you. But others, I saw the way Rylan looked at you. And Maeve, they value strength of character. And what you showed today with a different kind of strength," she hesitated. "Kaelen, he did not speak during your questioning, but he watched. He watched you very closely." A flicker of hope, warm and dangerous, ignited in my chest. "Where is he now?" "Preparing," Liana said, her expression turning grim. "The challenge from Lucas. With Sandra's visit, it has stirred up old tensions. There is a pack run tonight, a full moon run. It is a tradition before the solstice, a show of unity and strength. But this year," she trailed off, her worry evident. "This year, it feels different. The undercurrents are dangerous. A pack run, the image of dozens, maybe hundreds, of wolves moving as one through the moonlit forest was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Will the candidates be there?" "Of course," Liana said. "It is part of the trial to see how you handle the raw power of the pack. Most humans find it overwhelming. Some have even fainted in the past." She gave me a pointed look. "With your sensitivity, you must prepare yourself. It will be louder than anything you have ever felt." After she left, I stood by the window, watching the afternoon light fade. The pack run, another test, another gauntlet of power and emotion I had to survive. I thought of Kaelen's words. "Aluna is the heart of the pack." Could my human heart withstand the storm that was coming? As dusk began to settle, a deep, resonant howl echoed from the mountains. A long, single note that was picked up and answered by another, and then another, until the very air seemed to vibrate with the sound. It was a call to assembly. I wrapped myself in the heavy cloak Kaelen had given me and made my way outside, following the stream of pack members toward the same clearing where the bonfire had blazed. But there was no fire tonight, only the moon, a massive luminous pearl hanging in the velvet black sky, bathing the world in an ethereal silver light. The entire pack was gathering, hundreds of them, their forms silhouetted against the moonlit snow. There was no talking, only the soft crunch of snow and the occasional low whine or chuff. The air was thick with anticipation, with a raw, primal energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I could feel it, the pull of the moon, the call of the wild, the collective heartbeat of a nation of predators. I found a place at the edge of the clearing with the other candidates. Seraphina stood perfectly composed, but even she seemed smaller, overshadowed by the immense power coalescing around us. Bethany was trembling, her hands clasped tightly together. Clara and Rosemary stood close, their faces pale but resolute. Then, Kaelen emerged from the crowd. He was bare-chested despite the cold, his skin gleaming in the moonlight. The silvery scars on his body seemed to glow. He did not need to speak. He lifted his head to the moon, and the howl that tore from his throat was a thing of pure, untamed power. It was the voice of the mountain itself, of the forest and the wind. It was a command, and the pack obeyed. The change happened not as a series of individual events, but as a wave. One moment, there was a crowd of people. The next, the clearing was filled with wolves. It was not a grotesque or painful transformation, but a fluid, breathtaking blur of motion and light. It was magic, pure, ancient magic. Hundreds of wolves, of all sizes and colors, stood where people had been. Their eyes glowed with amber, gold, and green light. And at their head stood Kaelen. His wolf form was even more magnificent than I remembered, a giant beast of midnight black, his fur tipped with silver as if dusted by starlight. And his eyes, they burned with the same liquid mercury intensity. Fixed on me for a heart-stopping moment before he turned to lead his people. Then they ran. They burned with the same liquid mercury intensity, fixed on me for a heart-stopping moment before he turned to lead his people. Then they ran. It was not a jog or a trot. It was an explosion of motion. A river of fur and muscle flowing into the forest with a sound like thunder. The ground trembled. The air was filled with the symphony of their howls, a chaotic, beautiful music that spoke of freedom, of power, of belonging. And I felt it. It hit me like a physical blow, a tidal wave of emotion so vast and so intense, I cried out, my knees buckling. It was joy and rage and love and loyalty and a fierce, wild ecstasy all rolled into one. It was the pack bond, the shared consciousness of hundreds of souls. And I was an open vessel, drowning in it. I fell to my hands and knees in the snow, gasping for air. The world swam around me. I could feel the wind in their fur, the pounding of their hearts, the raw thrill of the hunt. I could feel Kaelen at the center of it all, a blazing sun of power and will, holding the entire pack together with the strength of his spirit. It was too much. It was going to shatter me. Filter, focus. Kaelen's voice, not in my ears, but in my mind. A clear, calm anchor in the storm. You are an empath. You do not drown in the current. You read it. Find my thread. Follow it. I clung to his voice, to the sense of him I had come to know. I pushed back against the overwhelming tide, not fighting it, but seeking a single point within it. I reached for the silver thread of his consciousness, or the steady, powerful rhythm of his heart. And I found it. Suddenly, the chaos resolved into a pattern. I was still aware of the vast ocean of emotion, but I was no longer adrift in it. I was holding on to Kaelen. I could feel his strength, his fierce love for his pack, his unwavering purpose. And through him, I could feel the pack not as a terrifying force, but as a beautiful, complex tapestry. I felt the joy of the young wolves, the steady patience of the elders, the protective fury of the parents. I felt their unity, their faith in him. Tears streamed down my face, freezing on my cheeks, but they were not tears of fear or pain. They were tears of awe. I was witnessing something sacred. I was feeling the heart of the Thorn pack, and it was strong and it was good. I don't know how long I knelt there, connected to that silver thread, riding the wave of the pack's run, when the howls began to fade, returning as echoes from the mountains, and the thunder of paws softened. I slowly became aware of my own body again, of the cold snow beneath my knees, of my own ragged breathing. The pack was returning, shifting back into their human forms with the same seamless grace. They were laughing, clapping each other on the back, their faces flushed with exhilaration and unity. Attention from earlier was gone, washed away by the primal ritual. I looked up to find Kaelen standing over me, once again in human form, a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. He reached down, his hand closing around my arm, and pulled me gently to my feet. His eyes searched my face, seeing the tear tracks, the shock, the awe. "You're still standing," he said, his voice hushed, for my ears only. "Barely," I whispered, my legs still trembling. "But I felt it. I felt you, all of you." "What did you feel?" he asked, his gaze intense. "I felt a king who loves his people," I said, my voice gaining strength, "and a people who would follow that king anywhere." I felt a family. Something shifted in his expression then. The last of the walls, the final bastion of his royal reserve, seemed to crumble. In his eyes, I saw not just a king assessing a candidate, but a man seeing a woman who had, against all odds, seen into his soul and had not flinched. Around us, the pack was celebrating, but in the space between Kaelen and me, the world was perfectly still. A choice had not yet been formally made, but in that moment, under the light of the solstice moon, I knew, and he knew. The trial was over. The real challenge was about to begin. The morning of the solstice dawned clear and bitterly cold. A sky, a hard, brilliant blue that promised no mercy. The world was encased in ice, every branch, every needle on the ancient pines, glittering like a million scattered diamonds. It was a day of breathtaking beauty, a day that felt both sacred and final. I woke before the sun, my body thrumming with a nervous energy that had little to do with the cold and everything to do with the choice that would be made today. My conversation with Kaelen after the pack run played on a loop in my mind. The look in his eyes, the unspoken understanding that had passed between us. It felt like a dream, a fragile hope I was afraid to examine too closely. Liana brought my breakfast, her movements quiet and respectful. She also brought a gown. It was not the deep blue velvet of the first night, nor the practical wool of daily life. This was something else entirely. It was a shift of the softest, palest gray silk, and over it, a tunic of pure white wool, so finely woven it felt like cloud. The edges were embroidered with silver thread in patterns that mimicked frost on a window pane and the tracks of wolves in the snow. For the solstice ceremony, Liana said softly, her eyes shining, it is traditional for the Luna candidate to wear the colors of the winter moon. I ran my fingers over the exquisite embroidery. It's beautiful. It was Kaelen's mother's, Liana whispered. He had the seamstresses alter it for you. The air left my lungs. His mother's. The significance of the gesture was a weight I could barely comprehend. It was not just an acceptance, it was an offering, a weaving of my thread into the very tapestry of his lineage. As I dressed, I felt a strange sense of calm settle over me. The frantic anxiety was gone, replaced by a quiet, steady certainty. I had done all I could. I had been nothing but myself, for better or for worse. Whatever happened today, I would face it with my head held high. When I was ready, I looked in the mirror. The woman who stared back was not the pale, frightened refugee from the train. Her cheeks were flushed with color. Her blue eyes held a new depth, and her posture was that of someone who had faced the dark and found a strength he never knew she possessed. The white and silver gown did not wear her. She wore it, a queen in waiting. A knock came at the door. It was not Liana. It was Kaelen. He stood in the hallway, dressed in formal black trousers and a tunic of deep gray. A heavy cloak of black wolf fur draped over his shoulders. A simple silver circlet rested on his brow. He was every inch the Alpha King, and the sight of him stole my breath. His eyes swept over me. From the silver threads in my hair to the hem of the white gown, and for a long moment he said nothing. The intensity in his gaze was a physical touch. "You look," he began, his voice rough, then stopped, as if no words were adequate. "So do you," I managed to whisper. "The ceremony begins at noon at the Standing Stones," he said, his voice returning to its formal cadence, though his eyes remained soft. "The entire pack will be there. The council will make their recommendation, and I will make my choice." I simply nodded, my throat too tight for words. "The choice is not just mine, Elara," he added, his gaze piercing. "The pack must accept you. The solstice magic must accept you. There is a final test, an ancient one." A test. Of course there was. My calm wavered for a second. "What kind of test?" "It is different for every candidate," he said. "It is a test of spirit, of worthiness. The stones themselves will decide." He reached out, and for a heartbeat, I thought he would touch me, but his hand stopped just short of my arm. "Trust yourself, as I trust you." He turned and walked away, leaving me standing in the doorway, my heart pounding a frantic, hopeful rhythm. The walk to the Standing Stones was a solemn procession. The entire pack moved through the forest in a silent, reverent line. The candidates walked at the front, flanked by the council elders. Seraphina was a vision in her own formal gown of deep emerald green, her head high, her expression one of serene confidence. She did not look at me. The standing stones were exactly that, a circle of massive, ancient monoliths that rose from the snow in the center of a high mountain meadow. They were taller than 3 men, their surfaces covered in faded carvings that told the long, lost history of the pack. The air here was different, thinner, sharper, humming with a latent power that was older than the trees, older than the mountains themselves. This was a sacred place. The pack formed a wide circle around the outside of the stones. Kaelen stood in the very center of the circle, flanked by Maeve and Alistair. The rest of the council formed a smaller ring inside the stones. Seraphina and I were led to the center, to stand before Kaelen. The winter sun, weak and pale, reached its zenith, casting long, stark shadows from the stones. The world was utterly silent, holding its breath. Alistair stepped forward, his voice echoing strangely in the circle. Amplified by the ancient magic, on this, the longest night, we gather to seek the sun's return. And on this day, our Alpha seeks his Luna, the heart that will beat beside his, the spirit that will guide our pack into the future. The council has conferred. He turned first to Seraphina. Seraphina of the line of Blackwood, you are learned. You are strong. You understand the ways of power and politics. You would be a competent and shrewd Luna. The council finds you worthy. A murmur of approval ran through the pack. Seraphina allowed herself a small, triumphant smile, dipping her head in acknowledgement. Then Alistair turned to me. His flinty eyes were unreadable. Elara Vance, you are human. You are unknown. You come to us with nothing but the clothes on your back and a strange gift you cannot fully control. He paused, and the silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. But you have shown courage in the face of danger. You have shown honesty in the face of scrutiny, and you have shown a capacity to understand the heart of this pack, not just its laws. The council is divided, but we acknowledge your worthiness. It was not the ringing endorsement Seraphina had received. It was a reluctant admission, but it was enough. The final decision rested with Kaelen and with the stones. Kaelen stepped forward. His silver gaze moved from Seraphina to me, and then swept over the entire pack. His silver gaze moved from Seraphina to me, and then swept over the entire pack. For 6 years, I have led you alone, he said, his voice strong, clear, carrying to every ear. I have sought a mate, not out of weakness, but out of strength. The strength to know that a king cannot rule alone. That a pack is strongest when its Alpha and Luna are united, not just in purpose, but in spirit. He looked at me, and his voice softened. Just for me, I have found a spirit that is brave and true and unafraid of the weight of a crown. A spirit that sees the man and not just the king. My heart stopped. This was it. My choice, Kaelen declared. His voice ringing out, "Is Elara Vance?" A gasp went through the crowd, followed by a wave of stunned silence. Seraphina's face went from triumphant to ashen, her composure shattering into a mask of pure, undiluted fury. She took a sharp step back, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. But Kaelen was not finished. The choice is made. But the bond must be sealed. The stones must accept her. He turned to me, his eyes filled with both hope and warning. Step into the center of the circle, Elara. Face the heart of the stones. My legs felt like water, but I forced them to move. I walked to the very center of the stone circle, where the largest, flattest stone lay like an altar. I stood upon it, facing Kaelen. "Close your eyes," Maeve instructed, her voice gentle. "Open your spirit. The magic will do the rest." I did as I was told. I closed my eyes, shutting out the hundreds of watching faces, the shock, the hope, the hatred. I focused on the hum of power in the air, on the feel of the ancient stone beneath my feet. I thought of Kaelen, of his strength, his loneliness, his belief in me. I thought of the pack, of Liana's kindness, Ryland's grudging respect, the overwhelming, beautiful chaos of their run. I opened myself up completely and utterly, holding nothing back. For a moment, there was nothing, only the cold wind on my face. Then it began. A warmth started in the center of my chest, a tiny spark that grew rapidly into a blazing fire. It was not a painful heat, but a purifying one. Visions flashed behind my eyes. I saw Kaelen as a young boy, learning to lead from his father. I felt the searing pain of his first shift. I felt the profound grief of his parents' passing. I felt the weight of the crown as it was placed upon his head. I saw the pack through his eyes, not as a mass of individuals, but as a constellation of souls, each one precious, each one connected to him by a thread of light. I felt his love for them, a love so vast and so fierce it brought tears to my eyes. Then the visions shifted. The pack began to see me, not as a human outsider, but as a potential center. I felt their doubts, their fears, their hopes. I felt Seraphina's bitter jealousy like a shard of ice. I felt the cautious optimism of the elders, the curiosity of the young. It was a torrent of emotion, vaster than the pack run. But this time, I did not fight it. I let it flow through me, a river of feeling that washed over my spirit and left me cleansed. The warmth in my chest intensified, spreading through my limbs until my whole body was thrumming with power. I felt a connection snap into place, a golden, brilliant thread that led directly to Kaelen. Through it, I could feel his awe, his shock, his overwhelming, terrifying joy. I opened my eyes. The world was different. The colors were more vivid, the sounds sharper. I could feel the life of the forest around me, the sleeping heartbeat of the earth. And I could feel the pack, not as an overwhelming noise, but as a quiet, steady hum in the back of my mind, a presence, a community, my community. A soft, silvery light was emanating from my skin and from Kaelen's. It was the same light that gleamed in his eyes. The solstice magic had accepted me. It had woven my spirit into the very fabric of the Thorn Pack. The silence in the clearing was absolute. Then, as one, the pack knelt. Every single member, from the smallest child to the most ancient elder, went down on one knee, bowing their heads. Even a stunned and furious Seraphina was forced to her knees by the press of the crowd. Only Kaelen remained. He stopped before the stone where I stood. "Elara Vance," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Will you stand as Luna of the Thorn Pack? Will you be my heart, my partner, My equal in all things? Tears streamed freely down my face now, but they were tears of pure, unadulterated joy. "Yes," I said, my voice strong and clear. "I will." He reached up, and I placed my hand in his. His grip was firm, warm, sure. He helped me down from the stone, and as my feet touched the earth, a great roar went up from the pack. It was not a howl, but a cheer, a thunderous, joyous sound of acceptance that echoed from the mountains. Kaelen did not let go of my hand. He turned to face his people, raising our joined hands high. "Behold," he cried, his voice ringing with power and triumph. "Your Luna!" The cheer redoubled. I saw Liana crying with happiness. I saw Rylan grinning broadly. I saw Maeve nodding, a look of deep satisfaction on her face. In that moment, surrounded by the ancient stones and the roaring approval of the pack, with Kaelen's hand firmly in mine, I was no longer Elara Vance, the disgraced schoolteacher. I was Elara, Luna of the Thorn Pack. The path ahead would not be easy. Seraphina's hatred was a cold reality. The threat of the shadow fang still loomed. The weight of the crown was real. But as I stood beside my king, my partner, feeling the golden bond between us thrum with life, and the sun was returning, and a new day was dawning for the Thorn Pack, with a human girl from nowhere as its heart. The roar of the pack was a physical thing, a wave of sound and acceptance that washed over me, scouring away the last remnants of my old life. I was no longer Elara Vance, the outsider. I was their Luna. The title settled on my shoulders not as a burden, but as a mantle woven from trust and wild magic. Kaelen's hand in mine was an anchor, his grip firm and sure, a silent promise in the midst of the joyous chaos. The celebration that followed was a blur of firelight, music, and overwhelming emotion. We returned from the standing stones to the pack center, where enormous bonfires had been lit and tables groaned under the weight of a feast. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat, spiced wine, and the crisp, clean smell of winter. Everyone wanted to touch me, to speak to me, to offer their congratulations. Hands reached out to gently brush my arm, my gown. Voices called my name, not with curiosity, but with reverence. Luna. The word was a prayer on their lips. It was dizzying. Through the golden bond, I could feel Kaelen's steadying presence, a calm center in the storm. He never left my side. His hand, a constant, worn pressure on the small of my back, guiding me, introducing me, shielding me from the most overwhelming attentions. I saw Seraphina only once across the crowded clearing. She stood with a small group of her supporters. Her emerald gown a slash of bitter color in the firelight. Her face was a mask of cold composure, but her eyes, when they met mine, held a venom that made my breath catch. Then she turned away and melted into the crowd. A shadow of discontent I knew we had not seen the last of. As the night deepened, the formal celebration began to shift into something more primal. A drum started up, a low, insistent rhythm that seemed to beat in time with my own heart. Pack members began to shed their outer layers, their forms blurring at the edges in the flickering light. They weren't fully shifting, but they were letting their wolf side surface, eyes glowing, movements becoming more fluid, more animalistic. It was a display of joy and power, a celebration of their nature and their new Luna. The emotional energy in the air spiked, a heady cocktail of euphoria and wildness. I felt it like a rising tide. But this time I was ready. I focused on the golden thread connecting me to Kaelen, using it as a filter. I didn't block the emotions out. I let them flow through me, understanding them, feeling the pack's happiness as my own. But without being swept away, Kaelen leaned down, his breath warm against my ear, his voice for me alone. "You are managing it." "It's different now," I whispered back, looking up at his profile, etched in firelight. "It feels less like an attack and more like a conversation." "That is the bond," he said, his silver eyes reflecting the flames. "It gives you context, a foundation. You're not an outsider listening in anymore. You are a part of the chorus." A part of the chorus. A truth of it settled deep within me. This was my family now, this wild, powerful, chaotic family. Later, when the moon was high and the celebration showed no signs of slowing, Kaelen led me away from the main fire. Toward the quieter edge of the clearing, we stood together looking out at the dark forest, the sounds of the pack a joyful rumble at our backs. "It's official now," he said softly. "There is no going back." "I don't want to go back," I said, and the words were the most true I had ever spoken. He turned to face me, the moonlight and firelight warring on his features. "The challenges will not disappear, Elara. They may even intensify. Serafina and her faction, Lysandra and the Shadow Fang. The day-to-day weight of leadership. Are you truly ready?" I thought of the schoolhouse, of the small-mindedness and the swift judgment. I thought of the cold loneliness of my life before. This, for all its danger and complexity, was 1,000 times better. "I am ready to face them with you," I said. "That is all I can promise. That is all I will ever ask," he replied. He didn't try to kiss me. He didn't need to. The space between us was charged with an understanding that went deeper than physical attraction. It was a meeting of spirits, a partnership forged in fire and sealed by ancient magic. He simply took my hand again, his thumb stroking over my knuckles, a gesture of such profound possession and care that it stole my breath. We stood like that for a long time, the new Alpha and Luna of the Thorn Pack, watching over their kingdom as the stars wheeled overhead. The next morning, I woke in my room in the main lodge. But everything had changed. The sunlight streaming through the window felt like it was mine. The sounds of the pack going about their morning chores were the sounds of my home. A different woman came to attend me. Anya, the sharp-tongued woman from the kitchen, who had shown me a grudging kindness. "Luna," she said, dipping her head respectfully, but her eyes held their familiar, no-nonsense glint. "I am to be your head attendant. My job is to make sure you don't trip over your own feet while you learn to rule a kingdom." I couldn't help but smile. "I think I'm going to need your help, Anya." "Obviously," she said, but there was a hint of a smile on her own lips. "First order of business. Your things are being moved to the Alpha's wing, to the suite adjoining Kaelen's." My stomach fluttered. Adjoining suites, not a shared room. It was a concession to my humanity, to the need for space and the slow, deliberate pace of our courtship. It was respectful, and it sent a wave of relief through me, quickly followed by a confusing flicker of something else. Disappointment? I pushed it away. The second order of business was a meeting with the Pack Council. This time, I did not stand before them as a supplicant. I took a seat at the large oak table to the right of Kaelen's chair at the head. When he entered, the entire council stood. He paused behind my chair, his hand resting on my shoulder for a moment, a public, possessive gesture that silenced any remaining doubt about my position, before taking his own seat. The meeting was a crash course in the reality of my new life. They discussed Border Patrol reports, a dispute over hunting grounds with a smaller neighboring pack, the winter stores of grain and meat, the health of the elders, and the training of the young. It was mundane and monumental all at once. Kaelen guided the discussion, but several times he turned to me. "Luna, your thoughts?" The first time I was caught off guard. I had no knowledge of grain storage or hunting quotas, but I remembered what I did have. I focused on the emotions around the table. I could feel the concern of the elder responsible for the stores, a genuine worry for his people. I could feel the aggressive posturing of the beta reporting on the hunting dispute. I didn't speak about numbers or tactics. I spoke about what I felt. Elder Thomas is right to be concerned. The worry I feel from him is for the children if the winter stretches too long. Perhaps we can look at rationing now, as a precaution rather than a reaction. I turned to the beta. And while we must be strong in defending our grounds, the anger I sense from the Red Rock Pack feels like desperation, not aggression. Is there a way to offer a temporary shared hunting truce to ease their hardship and avoid a fight that would cost us both? The room went quiet. They were not used to this. They dealt in facts and force. I was dealing in the currents beneath. Kaelen looked at me, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded. A prudent and compassionate approach. Elder Thomas, draw up a rationing plan. Rylan, open communications with Red Rock. Offer the truce on our terms. It was a small victory, but it was mine. I had used my gift not just to survive, but to lead. After the council meeting, Kaelen took me on a formal tour of the territory. This time, not as a candidate, but as its Luna. We visited the training grounds where young wolves practiced their fighting forms, the workshops where artisans crafted everything from weapons to furniture, the greenhouses where they grew vegetables despite the snow. Everywhere we went, the pack stopped and bowed, their greetings for me now filled with a genuine warmth and curiosity. Children darted forward, their eyes wide, to touch the hem of my white gown before their parents pulled them back, scolding and smiling. I knelt down, ignoring the snow soaking into my knees, and spoke to a little girl with braids the color of wheat. "Hello," I said softly. She stared at me with huge amber eyes. "You're the human Luna," she whispered, as if it were a magical thing. "I am," I said, "and you are part of my pack now. That makes us family." Her face broke into a gap-toothed smile, and she threw her arms around my neck in a quick, fierce hug before running back to her mother. The simple, unguarded affection brought tears to my eyes. This was what it was all about. This was the heart I was supposed to protect. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, we found ourselves back at the outcrop where Kaelen had first shown me the valley. It felt like a lifetime ago. "It is different looking at it now, isn't it?" he asked, his gaze sweeping over the land. "It's not just a kingdom anymore," I said, my voice soft. It's home. They are my people. He looked down at me, the last of the sunlight catching in his silver eyes. They have taken you into their hearts, Elara, as I have. The world seemed to hold its breath. He raised a hand and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from my cheek, his touch leaving a trail of fire on my skin. His fingers lingered, cupping my jaw, his thumb stroking my cheekbone. The connection between us, the golden thread, blazed with a light I could almost see. "I know this is new," he murmured, his voice a low vibration that resonated deep within me. "I know we must move at a pace that is comfortable for you, but know this. The bond is more than politics. It is more than magic. What I feel for you, it is real." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. I leaned into his touch, my eyes never leaving his. It is real for me too. It was not a declaration of undying love. It was too soon for that. But it was a promise, a beginning, the first fragile thread of a love that was being woven into the very fabric of our souls, as strong and as enduring as the ancient stones that had bound us together. As we stood there, hand in hand, watching the stars emerge over our kingdom, I knew the trials were far from over. But I was no longer afraid. I was Elara, Luna of the Thorn Pack, and I was finally, completely home. The days that followed the solstice were a whirlwind of new routines and profound discoveries. My life had been upended and reassembled into something I was still learning to navigate. My suite in the Alpha's wing was spacious and comfortable, connected to Kaelen's by a single heavy oak door that remained, by unspoken agreement, closed. It was a boundary we both respected, a space for me to breathe and process the monumental shift in my existence. My empathy, now channeled through the Luna bond, was no longer a curse. It was my most valuable tool. I could walk through the pack center and feel the general mood like a weather vane, sensing a shift in the wind. A mother's quiet anxiety over a sick child, a young warrior's restless energy, the contented fatigue of the hunters returning with a successful kill. It all flowed into me, a constant, manageable hum that kept me connected to the heartbeat of my people. My days began with a private breakfast with Kaelen. They were not romantic trysts, but working meetings. He would update me on patrol reports, border tensions, and council matters. He valued my perspective. My feeling for a situation, as he called it. I was learning to translate those feelings into actionable advice. One such morning, a week after the solstice, the mood was tense. Rylan had just delivered a report. "More signs of Shadow Fang scouts along the northern ridge," he said, his scarred face grim. "They're getting bolder, coming deeper into our territory. It's not an invasion, but it's a provocation." I didn't need my empathy to feel Kaelen's frustration, a low thrum of anger in the bond. "Lysandra is testing the strength of our new bond," he growled, pushing his plate away. "She wants to see if a human Luna has made us soft." I sipped my key, focusing on the subtle emotions I'd been picking up from the pack. "It's not just that," I said quietly. Both men looked at me. "The pack is unsettled. It's not fear of Shadow Fang I'm feeling. It's something else. A restlessness, a sense of division." Kaelen's eyes narrowed. "Division? Over what?" "I'm not sure yet," I admitted. "It's not a loud anger. It's a quiet undercurrent. But it's there." Mostly among the older families, the warriors. Rylan shifted uncomfortably. She's not wrong, Kaelen. There's grumbling about the speed of the selection, about a human Luna who doesn't yet know our ways. Seraphina's family has been vocal. Seraphina. Her name was a splinter in the side of our new peace. She had not caused any overt trouble, but her presence was a constant, cold reminder of the faction that believed Kaelen had made a grave mistake. "Keep an eye on it, Rylan," Kaelen ordered, his voice tight. "I will not have my pack fractured from within." After Rylan left, Kaelen turned to me. "Can you pinpoint it? This division?" I closed my eyes, reaching out along the bond, feeling for the discordant notes in the pack's symphony. It's centered around the Blackwood family and their allies. It feels like resentment and something else, a sense of betrayal. I opened my eyes. They truly believed Seraphina was the right choice. They see me not just as a mistake, but as an insult to their legacy. Kaelen sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. "Politics," he said, the word laced with disgust. "It is the poison that weakens a pack from the inside. I should have dealt with this before now." "You are dealing with survival," I said softly. "Now we deal with the future, together." He looked at me, and the frustration in his eyes softened into something warmer. "Together," he agreed. Later that day, I was in the communal kitchens with Anya, learning the names and roles of the women who managed the heart of the pack's home. I was rolling dough for bread, my hands dusted with flour, listening to their easy chatter when a wave of cold, sharp hostility hit me like a physical blow. I was rolling dough for bread, my hands dusted with flour, listening to their easy chatter, when a wave of cold, sharp hostility hit me like a physical blow. I looked up. Seraphina stood in the doorway, flanked by two other young women from influential families. They were all beautifully dressed, a stark contrast to the practical work clothes of the kitchen staff. The chatter died instantly. "Luna," Seraphina said, her voice dripping with a false sweetness that did nothing to mask the ice in her eyes. She gave a shallow, perfunctory bow. "How domestic of you." Anya stepped forward, her own expression turning stormy. "Mind your tone." "Seraphina, you are addressing your Luna." "I'm well aware of who I am addressing," Seraphina replied, her gaze never leaving me. "I merely came to see how our new leader is adjusting to her duties. I hope you are finding our simple ways to your liking." The hostility radiating from her was so intense it made my skin prickle. But beneath the anger, I felt something else, a deep, aching wound to her pride. A genuine belief that she had been wronged. "I am learning," I said, keeping my voice calm and steady. I wiped my floury hands on a cloth. "The strength of a pack is in its people, and its heart is often found in places like this, where the real work is done." One of the women with her sniffed disdainfully. "The real work of a Luna is in the council chamber, not the kitchen." "Is it?" I asked, meeting her gaze. "A Luna who does not understand how her people are fed, how their homes are run, how their children are raised, is a Luna who is disconnected from the very pack she claims to lead." Seraphina's smile was brittle, a very human philosophy. "A werewolf Luna leads with strength and power. She does not need bread." "Strength takes many forms, Seraphina," I said, my empathy allowing me to see the rigid, inflexible structure of her beliefs. "You believe strength is only in the claw and the fang. I believe it is also in the hand that feeds and the heart that understands. My way is not a rejection of yours. It is in addition to it. For a moment, she was speechless, thrown by my refusal to be baited into a fight. The cold anger in her eyes flickered with confusion. She had expected a cowering human or a defensive queen. She had not expected quiet conviction. "We shall see which form of strength endures," she finally said. Her voice low, she turned on her heel, her followers scurrying after her, and swept out of the kitchen. The silence she left behind was heavy. Anya let out a long breath. "Well handled, Luna. But that one, she is a thorn that will not be easily plucked." I knew she was right. The confrontation was a small skirmish in a much larger, colder war. Serafina was not just a spurned candidate. She was the figurehead for a traditionalist faction that saw me as a threat to their entire way of life. That evening, I told Kaelen about the encounter as we walked the perimeter of the main lodge in the crisp night air. I should have her and her family brought before the council, he said, his jaw tight. Their disrespect cannot be tolerated. And what would that achieve? I asked, stopping to look at him. It would only confirm their belief that I am weak, that I need you to fight my battles for me. It would drive their resentment underground, where it would fester and grow. Public punishment would make her a martyr. He stared at me, his frustration warring with logic. "So what do you suggest? We let her openly challenge your authority?" "No," I said, a plan beginning to form in my mind. "We don't fight her on her terms. We prove her wrong on ours. She believes a human Luna is weak, so we show them my strength, not the strength of a warrior." "But the strength of a Luna? How?" "I need to understand them," I said, looking out toward the part of the settlement where the Blackwood family and their allies lived. "I need to walk among them, not as a queen holding court, but as a neighbor. I need to listen to their grievances, not as insults, but as the concerns of my pack members. I need to show them that my humanity is not a weakness, but a different kind of strength that can make this pack even greater." Kaelen was silent for a long moment. The bond between us hummed with his conflict, his instinct to protect me, warring with his trust in my judgment. "It is dangerous," he said finally. "Their emotions are volatile." "My empathy is my shield," I replied, "and I will not be alone. But I cannot lead from a throne, Kaelen. I must lead from among them, or I will never truly be their Luna." He reached out and took my hand, his grip firm. "Then tomorrow, you will have your escort. But if you feel even a flicker of true threat, you pull back. Promise me." "I promise," I said, my heart swelling with a mixture of fear and determination. The next day, I set out with Rylan and Corbin as my guards. We did not go to the pack center or the training grounds. We went to the part of the territory known as the Stone Circle, where the older, more established families had their homes. The atmosphere was palpably different here. The greetings were polite but cold, the bows shallow. I could feel the suspicion and resentment like a wall. I didn't try to force conversation. I simply walked, observed, and listened. I complimented a woman on the intricate carving on her door. I asked an old man about the history of a particular tree. I stopped to watch children playing a complex game with stones and sticks. And I smiled at their laughter. At first, my presence was met with stiff silence. But slowly, carefully, I began to engage. I visited the weaver, a formidable woman named Elara, who shared my name. I admired her work and asked her to teach me. I sat with the elders, not speaking, just listening to their stories of the pack's history, of Kaelen's father, of harder winters they had survived. I did not talk about myself. I did not defend my position. I simply was present. I was their Luna, yes, but I was also a student, a listener, a woman who was genuinely interested in the tapestry of their lives. And slowly, ever so slowly, I felt the wall begin to crack. Not for everyone. The hard core around Serafina remained frozen. But for others, the suspicion began to thaw into curiosity. They saw that I was not a haughty queen, nor a frightened mouse. I was just there. It was a small start. A single fragile thread of trust being spun in a web of animosity. But as I walked back to the main lodge at the end of the day, my feet aching but my spirit light, I knew it was a beginning. That night, as I prepared for bed, I felt a gentle pulse through the bond, a feeling of warm approval and profound pride. I looked toward the closed door that connected my room to Kaelen's, and I smiled. The shadow of dissent still loomed, but for the first time, I felt not like its victim, but like the one who could finally bring it into the light. The game was far from over, but I was no longer just a piece on the board. I was learning to play. The fragile piece I had begun to weave was shattered a week later by a sound that froze the blood in my veins. It was not the organized, powerful howl of the Thorn Pack, nor the ragged snarl of the rogues. This was a chorus of disciplined, chillingly synchronized howls that echoed from the northern mountains, a sound of cold intent and military precision. They did not fade, but hung in the air, a deliberate, lingering challenge. The Shadow Fang Pack was not just scouting anymore. They were at our border. The pack's center erupted into controlled chaos. Warriors materialized from their homes, strapping on weapons and shifting forms in flashes of contained light. The air, once filled with the sounds of daily life, was now thick with the scent of adrenaline and aggression. I stood on the steps of the main lodge, my heart hammering, the empathic onslaught of hundreds of wolves preparing for a potential war threatening to overwhelm me. Fear, fury, grim determination. It was a maelstrom. I clutched the doorframe, my knuckles white, forcing myself to breathe, to find the golden thread of my bond with Kaelen. He was a bastion of calm fury in the storm. I felt him before I saw him, his presence a stabilizing force as he strode from the lodge, already dressed for battle in leather and fur, his silver circlet gleaming against his dark hair. His eyes met mine, and through the bond came a single clear message: stay, be safe. Then he was gone, moving toward the gathering warriors, his voice rising above the din. Not a shout, but a low, carrying command that instantly silenced the chaos. Beta Rylan. Form the perimeter guide. Corbin with me. Everyone else, defensive positions. No one crosses the boundary unless I give the order. I watched him go, a king leading his people to the brink of war, and a terrifying. Protective fury rose in me. This was my pack too, my home. I would not cower inside. Anya, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. Gather the healers, prepare the great hall for the wounded, have the children brought to the cellar for safety. She looked at me, her usual sharpness replaced by grim approval. At once, Luna. I moved through the organized frenzy, my empathy acting as a radar. I directed a panicked young mother toward the cellar, calmed a trembling elder with a touch on his shoulder, and helped Maeve's apprentices carry baskets of medical supplies into the great hall. I was not a warrior, but I could be the calm in the eye of the storm. I could be the heart that kept beating while the fangs were bared. I could be the heart that kept beating while the fangs were bared. The howling from the north stopped. An ominous silence fell, heavier and more threatening than the noise that had preceded it. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my gaze fixed on the northern tree line, my entire being focused on the bond. I could feel Kaelen's tension, his readiness, his fierce protectiveness. I could feel the united will of the warriors standing with him. Then they emerged, not as a charging horde, but as a single unified line from the shadows of the forest. 20 of them, all in their powerful wolf forms, their coats varying shades of gray and white, their eyes glowing with a cold blue light. At their head was a massive she-wolf with fur the color of fresh snow and eyes like chips of Arctic ice, Lysandra. They stopped just outside the carved boundary marks on the trees. The two packs stood facing each other, separated by 50 yards of snow and tension so thick it was suffocating. Kaelen, in his human form, took a step forward. His voice when he spoke was like the crack of a glacier. Lysandra. You are in violation of our treaty. Explain your presence. The white wolf shimmered, and in her place stood Lysandra, clothed in her gray and white uniform, her silver blonde hair untouched by the wind. Her smile was a predator's grimace. Kaelen Thorne, we are not here to violate. We are here to observe and to remind you of the terms of our last meeting. Her icy gaze swept past him, scanning our ranks. Looking for me. The stability of a neighboring pack is of great interest to Shadowfang. Rumors have reached us of internal discord. A Luna who cannot control her own pack can hardly be expected to help defend its borders. My breath caught. She knew. She knew about the resentment festering around Seraphina. She was here to exploit it. I assure you my pack is united, Kaelen said, his voice dangerously soft. Is it? Lysandra purred. Then you will not mind a little demonstration. A test of loyalty. She gestured with her chin toward our lines. I challenge the strength of your new bond. I challenge the legitimacy of your human Luna. A ripple of shock went through the Thorn pack. A direct challenge to the Luna was a challenge to the Alpha himself. Before Kaelen could respond, a figure stepped out from our ranks. It was Seraphina. She was in human form, her head held high, her expression one of cold resolve. Luna's legitimacy is not for you to question, Lysandra, Seraphina said, her voice ringing clear in the frozen air. She was chosen by our Alpha and accepted by the solstice magic. That is all the legitimacy she requires. I stared, stunned. Was she defending me? But then she turned her head and her eyes met mine. There was no loyalty in that gaze, only a cold, calculated cunning. She was not defending me. She was defending the institution of the Luna. The authority of the Thorn pack against an outside insult. She was drawing a line in the snow, and on this she stood with Kaelen. For now. Lysandra's smile widened. Brave words, little wolf, but words are wind. Let us see if your pack's unity is as strong as your rhetoric. She took a step forward, crossing the boundary line. I invoke the rite of passage, a test of 3. 1 warrior, 1 elder, 1 of the Luna's choosing. If you win, Shadow Fang withdraws and acknowledges your stability for 1 full cycle of the moon. If we win, her eyes gleamed, we take the fertile hunting grounds of the sunken valley. A gasp went through our pack. The sunken valley was our most abundant source of game, crucial for surviving the deep winter. Kaelen's fury was a hot brand through our bond. This was a trap, cleverly laid. Refusing would be seen as weakness. Accepting risked losing vital territory. I accept your challenge, Kaelen growled, his decision swift and absolute. But the terms are amended. If we win, Shadow Fang not only withdraws, but your scouts do not come within 10 miles of our border for a full year. Lysandra considered, then gave a sharp nod. Agreed. The tests begin at sundown. As the Shadow Fang pack retreated back into the tree line, the tension on our side did not ease. It condensed, turning inward. A pack now had to prove its strength, not to an outsider, but to itself. Back in the Great Hall, the War Council was assembled. The air was thick with strategy and suspicion. The warrior test is simple, Ryland said, his finger tracing a map. A fight to first blood. I will represent the pack. No, a voice said from the doorway. We all turned. A tall, broad-shouldered warrior with dark hair and a familiar, proud bearing stood there. Ronan Blackwood, Seraphina's father and the leader of the traditionalist faction. I will fight. The silence was deafening. Ronan was one of the pack's strongest warriors, but his loyalty was now in question. Why? Kaelen asked, his voice flat. Because the insult was to the pack, Ronan said, his gaze sweeping over the council, lingering on me for a fraction of a second. And I am Thorn Pack. I will not have our strength questioned by that ice-hearted witch. My daughter may have reservations about our current leadership, he said, the words dripping with disdain, but our borders are sacred. I will defend them. It was a declaration of conditional loyalty. He would fight for the pack, but not necessarily for me. Kaelen held his gaze for a long moment, then gave a single, sharp nod. Very well. Ronan will represent us in the warrior's test. The elder's test is one of wisdom and memory, Maeve said, stepping forward. A recitation of the ancient laws and histories. I will face their lorekeeper. That left the final test, the one of the Luna's choosing. Lysandra will choose something that targets your perceived weakness. Elara, Kaelen said, turning to me. Your humanity, your lack of physical strength. I knew he was right. My mind raced. What could I choose? What could a human Luna do that would prove her worth to a pack of werewolves? And then it came to me. A memory of the pack run, of the overwhelming tide of emotion, and of the single silver thread I have learned to hold. I know what the test will be, I said, my voice quiet but firm. All eyes turned to me, and I know who I will choose to face it. Who? Kaelen asked, his brow furrowed. Me, I said. A chorus of objections erupted. Luna, no. It is too dangerous. You are not a warrior. I held up a hand, silencing them. I looked at Kaelen, pouring all my certainty down the bond between us. Lysandra expects us to choose a test of strength. She will choose something that requires the power of the wolf. But the third test is mine to call. I will not fight her on her terms. I will make her fight on mine. "And what are your terms, Luna?" Maeve asked, her sharp eyes studying me. "I will challenge them to a test of spirit," I said, a plan solidifying in my mind. A test of empathy. I will face their most empathic wolf. We will enter a circle of truce, and we will each try to force the other to break, using nothing but the power of emotion. The first one to step outside the circle loses. The Rue was stunned into silence. It was unheard of. A battle of feelings. Kaelen stared at me, his expression a mixture of awe and terror. Elara, the emotional force of a trained empathic wolf, it could shatter your mind. Or it could prove, once and for all, that my humanity is not a weakness, I said, my gaze unwavering. That the heart of a Luna can be her greatest weapon. That the strength to feel, to understand, to endure is just as powerful as the strength to claw and bite. I looked around the room at the doubtful, worried faces. This is not just about winning a piece of land. This is about proving what kind of pack we are. Are we only teeth and fury, or are we also heart and soul? I choose to believe we are both, and I will stand in that circle and prove it. The silence stretched, thick with doubt and hope. Then Kaelen spoke. His voice filled with a king's resolve and a man's fear. "Then we prepare," he said, "for all three tests. At sundown, we show Shadowfang, and we show ourselves the true strength of the Thorn Pack." Sundown approached, painting the sky in hues of fire and blood. The clearing between the two packs had been prepared. A wide circle, 20 feet across, had been stamped into the snow, marked by a ring of torches that flickered and danced in the twilight. Outside this ring, both packs stood in tense, silent ranks. The air was so charged with anticipation, it felt like the moment before a lightning strike. The first test, the warriors' contest, was brief and brutal. Ronan Blackwood faced a hulking gray wolf from Shadowfang. They met in a clash of fur and fury, a whirlwind of snapping jaws and slashing claws. It was over in less than a minute. Ronan, with a clever feint and a powerful lunge, managed to score a deep gash along his opponent's flank, drawing first blood. He stood panting, blood matting his own shoulder, and let out a short, victorious howl. The Thorn Pack responded with a roar of approval. One test to us. The second test was a stark contrast. Maeve and the Shadowfang Lorekeeper, a wizened old wolf with milky eyes, sat facing each other within the circle. They did not move. For an hour. They spoke, their voices a low rhythmic chant as they recited the ancient laws, the lineages of the great alphas, the histories of battles and treaties that stretched back centuries. It was a battle of memory and will. Finally, the Shadowfang elder faltered, stumbling over a complex treaty clause concerning water rights. Maeve finished the recitation flawlessly, her voice ringing with finality. She had won 2 tests to us. We only needed to win one more, but the mood was not celebratory. It was grim. The third test was the unknown, the one I had called. It was grim. The third test was the unknown, the one I had called. Lysandra stepped forward, a cruel smile playing on her lips. It seems your pack still has some teeth, Kaelen, but a pack is only as strong as its heart. Let us see if yours is made of stone or glass." She gestured, and from her ranks a wolf stepped forward. My breath caught. It was not a massive warrior. It was a slender, almost delicate-looking she-wolf with fur the color of smoke and eyes that were not a solid color, but swirled like a misty, troubled sky. This was their empath. "Elara, Luna of the Thorn," Lysandra announced, her voice dripping with mockery. "I present Nisha. She has broken seasoned warriors with the weight of their own fears. I wonder what she will find in the heart of a human." I walked forward, my legs trembling, but my resolve a rod of iron in my spine. I wore the simple white gown from the solstice, a symbol of my position and my vulnerability. I stepped over the line of torches into the circle. The smoke-haired wolf, Nisha, padded silently in to face me. The rules were simple. We would stand in the circle, unmoving. We would open our minds to each other. A direct, unfiltered, empathic assault. The first one to step or fall outside the circle lost. Kaelen's fear for me was a cold knot in my stomach through the bond, but I sent back a pulse of reassurance. Trust me. Maeve, acting as arbiter, stood between the packs. Begin. I closed my eyes and opened myself. The attack was instantaneous and devastating. It was not a wave of emotion. It was a spear aimed directly at my deepest insecurities. I was suddenly back in the burning schoolhouse, the heat searing my skin, the screams of the children echoing in my ears. The crushing weight of the town's blame pressed down on me, their accusing faces swirling in the smoke. "You are a failure, a curse. You destroy everything you touch." I gasped, my knees buckling, but I locked them, refusing to fall. This was my past. I had faced these demons. I focused on the golden thread to Kaelen, using it as a lifeline. I pushed back against the vision, forcing myself to remember the truth. I had saved the children. I had gotten them all out. The fire was an accident. The schoolhouse illusion shattered, only to be replaced by another. I was on the train again, watching the forest swallow the light, a crushing loneliness suffocating me. You are nothing. You are unwanted. You are a last resort for a desperate king. He pities you. He will see how weak you are and cast you out. Tears streamed down my face, hot and sharp in the cold air. The loneliness was a physical ache, so profound it threatened to hollow me out. I could feel the pack's doubt pressing in from outside the circle, amplifying Nisha's attack. Seraphina's cold satisfaction was a particularly sharp blade, but I clung to the bond. I focused on the memory of Kaelen's hand in mine, on the look in his eyes when he called me his equal, on the little girl who had hugged me. I was wanted. I was chosen. I was home. The loneliness receded, but Nisha was not done. She was a master, weaving a tapestry of my deepest fears. She showed me Kaelen, lying, broken and bleeding on the snow, killed because his human Luna was too weak to protect him. She showed me the pack turning away from me, their faces full of contempt. She showed me a future of isolation and regret. Each vision was a hammer blow to my spirit. I was trembling violently now, my breath coming in ragged sobs. The emotional pain was worse than any physical wound. It felt like my soul was being flayed alive. The urge to run, to escape the torment, was almost unbearable. One step back and it would all stop. But I held. I dug my heels into the snow. I was Elara Vance. I had survived fire and judgment. I had faced down rogues and a pack council. I would not be broken by fear. I realized I had been purely on the defensive. Nisha was showing me my own darkness. But empathy was a two-way street, gathering the last shreds of my strength. I stopped fighting her visions and instead reached for her. I pushed past the nightmares she was crafting and sought the source. I found her consciousness, a cool, disciplined pool of power, and beneath that discipline, I felt it, her own fear, not of me, but of failure, of disappointing her ruthless alpha, the constant, grinding pressure of living under Lysandra's rule, a deep, hidden loneliness that mirrored my own. I had been trying to build walls against her. Now I opened a door. Instead of repelling her emotions, I embraced them. I took her fear, her pressure, her loneliness, and I cradled them. I sent back not an attack, but an understanding, a feeling of shared burden, a silent message. I see you. I feel your weight. You do not have to be alone in this. The change was immediate. The vicious onslaught of nightmares stuttered. The image of a dead Kaelen flickered and faded. I felt Nisha shock through the connection. She was used to breaking people with their own pain. She did not know what to do with compassion. I pressed my advantage. Gentle but relentless. I showed her images of my own, not of fear, but of strength. The united howl of the pack run, Kaelen's proud smile, the warmth of the bond. I showed her the heart of the Thorn Pack, not as a weakness, but as a fortress. I offered her a glimpse of what it felt like to belong, to be led not by fear, but by respect. Her disciplined control began to crack. The misty swirl in her eyes churned violently. A low whine escaped her throat. She was feeling everything I was offering, and it was dismantling her from the inside. The emotions she used as weapons were being turned into a bridge. I took a step forward, not back, just one, into the center of the circle, closer to her. "That's enough," I whispered, the words not for the crowd, but for her alone, down the empathic link between us. "You don't have to do this." That was the final blow, not of force, but of Mosi. With a sharp, pained cry, the smoke-colored wolf shuddered and took a stumbling step backward. Her back paw landed outside the circle of torches. Silence. For 3 heartbeats, no one moved, no one breathed. Then, Maeve's voice cut through the night. "The contender has left the circle. The 3rd test goes to the Thorn Pack." The victory was not met with a roar, but with a stunned, profound quiet. They had not seen a battle of claws or a contest of wits. They had witnessed a battle of souls, and their human Luna had won. I stood in the center of the circle, drained and shaking, but whole. I opened my eyes and looked at Nisha. The wolf was staring at me, her misty eyes wide with something that was no longer hostility, but a bewildered awe. She dipped her head in a gesture of respect before turning and slinking back to her own lines. I turned to face Lysandra. The Shadow Fang Alpha's face was a mask of cold, furious shock. She had not anticipated this. "The tests are concluded," Kaelen said, his voice booming with pride and relief. "The Thorn Pack is victorious. You will withdraw your scouts from our border for 1 year. Honor your word, Lysandra." For a long moment, I thought she would refuse, but the law of the challenge was absolute. With a final venomous glare in my direction, she gave a sharp jerk of her head. The Shadow Fang Pack turned as one and disappeared back into the darkening forest. The moment they were gone, the Thorn Pack's silence broke. It was not a cheer, but a deep, resonant hum of approval that washed over me. I felt their doubt shatter and melt away, replaced by a newfound, unshakable respect. They had seen my strength. Not the strength of a wolf, but the strength of a heart that could endure. Understand and overcome. Kaelen was at my side in an instant, his hands on my shoulders, his silver eyes blazing as he looked down at me. "Elara," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. He didn't say more. He didn't need to. The bond between us sang with a harmony so perfect it brought fresh tears to my eyes. As he led me back to our people, I saw Ronan Blackwood watching me. His arms were crossed, his expression still stern. The outright hostility was gone. In its place was a grudging, thoughtful assessment. I had not won him over completely, but I had earned a chance. I had faced the heart's onslaught and emerged not just unscathed, but stronger. The human Luna had proven her worth in the most primal arena of all, the battlefield of the spirit. And the Thorn Pack was now truly and completely mine. The days following the victory over Shadow Fang were unlike any I had known in Pinecrest. A subtle but profound shift had taken root in the pack. The undercurrent of resentment I had felt from the traditionalists didn't vanish, but it softened, transforming from a wall of ice into a stream of cautious curiosity. I was no longer just the human who had stolen Seraphina's crown. I was the Luna who had faced a psychic assault and with nothing but the strength of her spirit had made their enemy's weapon break first. My daily walks through the stone circle, the heart of the Blackwood faction, were no longer met with stiff silence and cold bows. Now, people met my eyes. The weaver, Elara, who shared my name, actually beckoned me over one afternoon. "Luna," she said, her voice less sharp than before. "The pattern you admired, the one of the frost-kissed pine. I am starting a new blanket. I could show you the stitch, if you have time." It was a small offer, but it was an invitation. An hour later, my fingers were clumsy with the yarn, but I was sitting beside her, listening to her talk not just about weaving, but about her daughter who had found her mate in a pack to the south. I felt her loneliness, her quiet pride, and her cautious hope that I might understand. I did. I felt her loneliness, her quiet pride, and her cautious hope that I might understand. I did. This was the new front in my quiet campaign, not a battle of wills, but a patient weaving of trust, one thread at a time. Kaelen watched this transformation with a quiet, fierce pride that burned steadily in our bond. Our morning meetings were less about him briefing me and more about true partnership. He sought my feeling on everything. From the placement of a new watchtower to the settling of a minor dispute between families. "You see the connections I miss?" he admitted one morning. after I'd suggested a compromise in a hunting rights argument by sensing that the real issue wasn't the game, but a generations-old grudge over a stolen courtship. You see the heart of the matter. It's the same heart I had to show them, I said softly, looking out our window at the bustling pack center. They needed to see that I have one. He came to stand beside me, his presence a warm, solid comfort. They see it now, he said, his voice certain, and so do I. The most significant change, however, was with Ronan Blackwood. He did not seek me out for friendly conversation. That was not his way, but he began to acknowledge me with a respectful nod when we passed. He did not oppose my suggestions in council meetings. And once, when a young warrior from a rival family made a dismissive comment about human sensibilities under his breath, it was Ronan who fixed him with a glare so cold the young man immediately stammered an apology. Serafina, however, remained a locked door. She performed her duties flawlessly, her bitterness now hidden beneath a layer of impeccable, icy politeness. She was a ghost at the feast, a constant, elegant reminder that not all fractures could be mended with empathy. Some wounds festered in the dark. It was during a lesson with Liana, learning the complex genealogy of the pack's major bloodlines, that the next challenge arose, not from a person, but from the land itself. A commotion at the lodge's main entrance drew our attention. A moment later, Rylan appeared in the doorway, his face grim, snow dusting his shoulders. Kaelen, Luna, we have a problem at the Sunken Valley outpost. The Sunken Valley, the very territory we had just defended from Lyssandra's wager. What kind of problem? Kaelen was on his feet instantly. The relaxed atmosphere of the morning shattered. Avalanche, Rylan said bluntly. A big one. It came down the northern face last night. The outpost is buried. We've made contact with the 5 pack members stationed there. They're alive, trapped in the lower storage cellar, but their air won't last forever. And the snow is still unstable. A rescue party could trigger another slide. A cold dread, separate from the winter chill, seeped into my bones. 5 lives, trapped. The cellar, how much air do they have? Kaelen's voice was clipped, all business. Nave estimates a day, maybe less if they panic. Then we don't have a day to debate. Kaelen was already moving. Grabbing his heavy cloak, Rylan, assemble a team, the strongest, the most experienced in mountain rescue. We leave in 10 minutes. Kaelen, wait. The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. He turned, his expression impatient. Elara, there is no time for a feeling on this. Those are our people. I know, I said, my mind racing, my empathy reaching out, not toward the trapped pack members, but toward the mountain itself, toward the problem, but sending a large team of your strongest wolves, all that power and weight moving across an unstable slope. Rylan is right. You could trigger another avalanche and bury them for good. So what would you have me do? Leave them there? His frustration was a hot spike in the bond. No, but we need a different approach. An idea, fragile and insane, began to form. You need to go. Your strength, your authority, they'll need that, but not with a team of warriors. I looked at Liana, then back at him. You need a small team, very small. You, Ryland for his experience, and me. The silence in the room was absolute. Even Ryland looked stunned. Absolutely not, Kaelen said, his voice final. It is too dangerous. The cold, the physical strain, you wouldn't make it halfway. and if another slide comes, I won't be digging with my hands. Kaelen, I said, stepping toward him, my voice low and urgent. I'll be digging with this. I tapped my temple. I can feel the snow. I felt the instability from here, a nervous trembling sensation in the earth. I can guide you. I can find the safest path, sense where the snow is ready to give way. I can feel the trapped pack members, their fear, their location. I can be your compass. A team of warriors will bludgeon their way through and might get everyone killed. A small team, guided by an empath, has a chance. I could see the war in his eyes. His instinct to protect me was at odds with his duty to save his pack members, and with his growing trust in my unique abilities. It is a massive risk, Luna, Ryland said, his tone respectful but deeply skeptical. It's a calculated one, I countered. The biggest risk is doing nothing, or doing the same thing that has already failed. This is what I bring to this pack, Kaelen. This is my strength. Let me use it. He stared at me, his jaw working. The bond was flooded with his fear for me, his fear for his trapped warriors, his desperate need for a solution that wouldn't end in more death. Please, I whispered, putting every ounce of my conviction into that single word. Trust me to stand beside you in this. The silence stretched, each second an eternity. Then he gave a sharp, jerky nod. Fine. The word was gritted out. You come, but you follow my and Ryland's orders without question. If we say run, you run. If we get down, you get down. Is that clear? Crystal, I said, my heart soaring with terror and purpose. 10 minutes later, we stood at the edge of the forest, looking up at the treacherous path to the sunken valley. It was just the three of us. Kaelen, a force of nature contained in human form. Ryland, grim and capable, and me. A human Luna, wrapped in so many furs I could barely move. As we began the arduous climb, I closed my eyes for a moment, letting my empathy expand. I pushed past Kaelen's simmering anxiety and Ryland's focused determination, and reached for the mountain. It was like listening to a sleeping giant. I could feel the deep, groaning weight of the snowpack, the fragile crystalline bonds holding it in place. I could feel the 5 pinpricks of life. Fate and fading, buried deep below, their fear a cold, sharp taste in my mind. Stop, I said suddenly, my hand shooting out to grab Kaelen's arm. He froze instantly. Not this way. The snow here, it's singing. It's ready to fall. We need to go left, around that ridge. It's longer, but it's stable. I can feel it. Ryland looked at Kaelen, who looked at me. After a heartbeat, Kaelen nodded. Lead the way, and so I did. For hours, I guided them, a strange silent procession through the white hell. I was their dowsing rod for danger. By empathy, a delicate instrument reading the tremors in the earth and the whispers of the snow. I felt a section give way just before it happened, shouting a warning that sent us scrambling to safety. I felt the exact, desperate location of the trapped pack, leading us unerringly to a massive, impassable wall of snow and debris that had buried the outpost. "We're here," I panted, my energy nearly spent. The emotional toll of sensing so much danger and so much desperation was immense. They're directly below us, about 15 feet down. Kaelen and Ryland exchanged a look. This was the moment of truth. Digging could bring the whole mountain down on top of us and them. "Can you feel a weak spot?" Kaelen asked, his voice hushed. "A place where the snow is more settled, where we can dig without causing a collapse?" I knelt, pressing my bare hands into the snow, ignoring the biting cold. I sent my awareness down through the layers of compacted ice and snow. I felt the chaos of the avalanche, the tangled support beams of the outpost, the frantic, weakening heartbeats of the 5 wolves below. And then I felt it. A pocket, a natural chimney where the snow had fallen more loosely, almost directly above the cellar door. "Here," I said, pointing to a spot that looked no different from any other. "Dig here, carefully." Without another word, Kaelen and Rylan began to dig. They didn't shift, their human hands moving with a werewolf's impossible speed and strength. Tossing aside great chunks of snow and ice, I stood watch, my senses stretched to their limit, monitoring the stability of the slope around us, my heart in my throat. After what felt like an eternity, Rylan let out a sharp cry. "I see it, the door!" A few more minutes of frantic digging, and the cellar door was clear. Kaelen wrenched it open. 5 pale, frightened faces looked up from the darkness. They were alive. The journey back was a slow, triumphant procession. The rescued pack members, weak but walking, leaned on Kaelen and Rylan. I walked behind, utterly drained, but filled with a profound, quiet joy. When we emerged from the tree line into the pack center, a cheer went up. But this cheer was different from the one at the solstice. It was not for a queen, but for a savior. I saw Ronan Blackwood in the crowd. He wasn't cheering, but he was looking at me, and for the first time, he gave me a full, deep, respectful bow. As the healers took the rescued wolves away, Kaelen came to my side. He didn't speak. He just looked at me. His silver eyes, saying everything his words could not. In the bond, I felt his fear, his pride, and something else. Something deeper and more terrifying. A love that was no longer just about partnership or politics, but about the very essence of who I was. The fracture in the pack was not fully mended. Seraphina's coldness remained, but a critical corner had been turned. They had seen their human Luna, not just feel their hearts, but save their lives. I had become more than their leader. I had become their protector. And in Kaelen's eyes, I saw that I had become his everything. The rescue in the sunken valley was a turning point. A story that was told and retold around every hearth in Pinecrest. The human Luna who could feel the mountain's mood, who had guided their alpha through a frozen death trap with nothing but her spirit. The human Luna who could feel the mountain's mood, who had guided their alpha through a frozen death trap with nothing but her spirit. The last vestiges of open resistance crumbled. The pack's heart, once divided, now beat in a steady, unified rhythm, and I could feel its strong, sure pulse as clearly as I felt the bond with Kaelen. In the days that followed, a new kind of peace settled over the territory. The threat of Shadowfang had receded. Bound by the terms of the challenge, the internal dissent had been quieted, not by force, but by proven worth. For the first time since my arrival, I could breathe without the constant pressure of having to prove myself. It was in this newfound peace that the true nature of my connection with Kaelen began to deepen and blossom. The political necessity had been satisfied. The magical bond was sealed. But now, something more personal and profound began to grow in the space between us. We fell into a comfortable routine. Our mornings were still for governance, but our evenings became our own. After the evening meal, we would often walk together, away from the center of pack life, to the quiet outcrop that had become our place. We talked of everything and nothing. He told me stories of his childhood, of the formidable father he had loved and feared, of his first clumsy shift under a summer moon. I told him of my life before, of the books I had loved, of the simple dream I'd had of a classroom full of bright, eager faces. The more we talked, the more the formidable Alpha King seemed to recede, replaced by Kaelen, the man. A man with a dry, unexpected wit, a deep love for the stars, and a hidden vulnerability that he showed to no one but me. The bond between us was no longer just a tether of magic and duty. It was woven through with shared laughter, quiet understanding, and a growing, undeniable affection. One such evening, as we watched the northern lights paint ghostly ribbons of green and violet across the sky, he turned to me, his expression uncharacteristically hesitant. "The pack is planning a celebration," he said, his voice a low rumble in the quiet night, "for the successful rescue and for us." "For us?" I asked, my heart giving a little flutter. "They see the way we are together," he said, his silver gaze intense. "They feel the stability we bring. They want to celebrate their Alpha and Luna, not as a political union, but as a true pairing." He paused. "There will be a gift-giving, a tradition. To honor the Luna." I felt a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with my heavy furs. "That sounds wonderful." "There is something I wish to give you," he said, his voice dropping. "But it is not for the public ceremony. It is for you alone." He reached into a pouch at his belt and pulled out a small object wrapped in soft doeskin. He placed it in my palm. It was warm from his body heat. Curious, I carefully unfolded the leather. Nestled inside was a necklace. The pendant was not a jewel or a carved stone, but a single, perfectly preserved wolf's fang, about the length of my thumb. It was a creamy, ancient white, and it had been drilled and strung on a braided leather cord. But what made my breath catch was what was wrapped around the base of the fang, a delicate, intricate weaving of my honey blonde hair and his dark, almost black hair, twisted together into an unbreakable knot. "It was my father's," Kaelen said softly, watching my face. "His first fang, shed after his first full shift. It represents the strength of the wolf, the legacy of the alpha line." He reached out, his fingers gently tracing the intertwined hair. "And this is us. Your human spirit and my wolf bound together, not one dominating the other, but woven together, creating something new, something stronger than either could be alone." Tears welled in my eyes, blurring the beautiful, sacred object in my hand. It was more than a gift. It was a testament, a symbol of everything we were building. "Kaelen," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. I have no words." "You don't need them," he murmured. He took the necklace from me and moved behind me. I lifted my hair, and he fastened the cord around my neck. The fangs settled against my chest, a cool, solid weight over my heart, a perfect counterpoint to the warm, living pulse of the bond. He turned me to face him, his hands resting on my shoulders. The aurorite danced in his eyes. "I told you the bond was real," he said, his voice raw with feeling. "But what I feel for you now, Elara, it goes beyond the bond. It goes beyond duty. You have seen the man behind the crown, and you have not looked away. You have stood beside me, not behind me. You have filled a loneliness in me I did not even know I could feel. My heart was beating so fast I felt lightheaded. I placed my hand over the fang on my chest, over the knot of her hair. You saw the woman beneath the fear, I breathed. You gave me a home, a purpose, a family. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. He leaned his forehead against mine, a gesture of such profound intimacy, it stole my breath. I love you, Elara. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of the mountains, the depth of the forest, the brilliance of the stars above us. They were not the words of a king to his queen, but of a man to the woman who had claimed his soul. I love you too, Kaelen, I said, the truth of it shining through me, bright and fierce and eternal. So much. He didn't kiss me then. The moment was too sacred, too immense. We simply stood there, foreheads touching, under the shivering sky, the fang of his legacy and the weave of our souls resting over my heart. The final wall between us had fallen. The partnership was complete. It was no longer just a bond of magic or a union of politics. It was a love story, written in the stars and sealed by a wolf's fang and a lock of hair. The celebration, when it came, was a joyous, raucous affair. The great hall was decked with evergreen boughs and glowing lanterns. There was music, dancing, and laughter that echoed to the rafters. The pack was whole, and their happiness was a tangible force that filled the room. As was tradition, I sat on a raised dais beside Kaelen, and one by one, members of the pack came forward to present their gifts to their Luna. There were beautifully tanned furs, hand-carved combs, pots of honey, and promises of loyalty sworn with hands over hearts. Each gift was given with a deep respect that brought a lump to my throat. Then, Roden Blackwood stepped forward. The hall grew quiet. He carried a long, narrow object wrapped in dark cloth. He bowed first to Kaelen, then to me, his gaze direct and for the first time completely free of resentment. "Luna," he said, his voice carrying through the silent hall, "I once believed strength had only one shape, the shape of the wolf. You have shown me another." He unwrapped the cloth to reveal a stunning hunting knife. The blade was polished steel, sharp and deadly, but the handle was what made me gasp. It was carved from a single piece of dark wood, and inlaid into it was a stylized wolf howling at a moon that was not a circle, but a single perfect river stone, the exact color of my eyes. "This knife is for you," Ronan said, "because you need a weapon. But because you have proven you possess the true hunter's spirit, the spirit of patience, of understanding your prey, and of knowing when to strike and when to show mercy. You are the heart of this pack. Luna, and its heart is now its greatest strength." It was the most profound endorsement I could have received. As I took the knife, my fingers brushing the river stone moon, I felt the last fragment of division within the pack heal over. Strong and seamless. I looked out at the faces of my people, their eyes shining with loyalty and love. I felt Kaelen's hand find mine, his thumb stroking my knuckles. I touched the fang necklace hidden beneath my gown. I had come to Pinecrest as a mail-order bride, a desperate woman with a hidden talent. I was now Elara, Luna of the Thorn Pack, loved by her king and revered by her people. The journey had been fraught with danger and shadowed by doubt, but I had navigated it all with the compass of my own heart. And as I sat there, surrounded by the family I had chosen and who had chosen me in return, I knew that the greatest adventure was not in the howling of wolves or the scheming of rivals, but in the quiet, unshakable peace of having finally, truly come home. The deep contentment that had settled over Pinecrest was like a warm, heavy blanket after a long winter. The pack was unified. The borders were secure, and my love for Kaelen was a constant, brilliant sun warming me from the inside out. The fang necklace was a secret comfort against my... But in the wild, peace is always a temporary state. A month after the celebration, a new tension began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. It wasn't the sharp, focused hostility of Seraphina or the cold aggression of Shadowfang. This was different. It was a low, pervasive unease, a subtle wrongness that seeped up from the land itself. At first, I thought it was my own imagination, a lingering echo of past fears, but it persisted. During my walks, I noticed the animals were skittish. The birds were quieter. The very air felt watchful, holding its breath, and through my bond with the pack, I began to feel it reflected in them, a collective. Subconscious anxiety they couldn't name. I began to feel it reflected in them, a collective subconscious anxiety they couldn't name. I brought it up with Kaelen during our morning meeting. "Something feels off," I said, struggling to put the amorphous feeling into words. "The forest, it's restless. I can feel it. The pack can feel it too, even if they don't realize it." Kaelen listened, his expression serious. He had learned to trust my feelings implicitly. "The patrols have reported nothing unusual. No foreign scents, no signs of intrusion." "It's not an intrusion," I said, frowning. "It's more like a sickness, a blight on the air. It feels ancient and sad." We decided to consult Maeve. Her knowledge of the old magic and the history of the territory was deeper than anyone's. I found her in her workspace, grinding herbs with a mortar and pestle. The moment I stepped inside, her head snapped up, her green eyes sharp. "You feel it too," she said, not a question. "You know what it is?" I asked. A chill running down my spine. She put down her pestle and wiped her hands on her apron. It has been generations since it last stirred. I had hoped it was just an old story. She gestured for me to sit. There is a reason this territory is so powerful, so coveted. It is not just the land. It is what sleeps beneath it. "Sleeps?" I whispered, the word feeling heavy and dangerous. Long before the first shifter packs came to these mountains, there were other beings, Maeve began, her voice taking on the rhythm of a storyteller. "Spirits of the earth, of the forest. Most are benign, or have faded into the rock and soil. But one was different. A creature of pure sorrow, born from a grief so profound it poisoned the very ground it wept on. The first pack called it the Weeping Heart." "The Weeping Heart?" The name alone sent a shiver through me. "It is not a creature of flesh and blood," Maeve explained. "It is a presence, a locus of emotional energy. It feeds on sorrow, on despair, on division. For centuries it has slept, dormant, but now it is waking." "Why now?" I asked, my heart pounding. Maeve's gaze was piercing, because the pack's heart has been through turmoil. A challenge to Kaelen's rule, the division over your selection, the fear of Shadowfang, it was a feast for a creature that thrives on negative emotion. Your unity has starved it, but the residue of that strife has stirred it from its slumber. And now it seeks to feed again. A cold dread settled in my stomach. How do we stop it? We cannot fight it with claws or teeth, Maeve said grimly. It is a battle for the spirit. It will seek to amplify every hidden fear, every secret sadness, every lingering resentment within the pack. It will turn our own hearts against us until we tear ourselves apart from the inside. She looked directly at me. This, Luna, is a threat that only you can face. Your empathy is not just a tool for unity. It is a weapon against this kind of darkness. The weight of her words was crushing. The entire pack was in danger, and I was the only one who could stand against it. That night, the whispers began. It started subtly. A child would wake up crying from a nightmare they couldn't remember. A mated pair would have a bitter argument over nothing. I felt it all, a rising tide of petty angers and sudden, inexplicable sorrows. The unified hum of the pack was becoming a discordant crackle of static. I stood on the balcony outside my room, the thang necklace cold against my skin, and reached out with my empathy. I pushed past the surface emotions of the pack and sought the source of the poison. It was like trying to find a single malevolent current in a vast polluted ocean. But I found it, a deep pulsing well of ancient sadness. Located deep within the forest, in a place the pack avoided, the silent grove, I knew what I had to do. I found Kaelen in his study, poring over maps. He felt my resolve the moment I entered. "No," he said. His voice a low growl before I could even speak. "Whatever you're thinking, the answer is no." "You know what's happening," I said, my voice calm despite the fear twisting inside me. "Maeve told you." "She told me it's a spirit that preys on emotion. Sending you into its lair is like throwing a feast before a starving beast. That's exactly why I have to go," I insisted, stepping closer. "It feeds on negative emotion, on chaos. I am an empath. I can control my emotions. I can project calm. I can try to soothe it, to put it back to sleep. A warrior's anger, a wolf's fury, that would only empower it. My humanity, my gift, it's the only thing that might have a chance." The fear in his eyes was a physical pain in my own chest. "And if it overwhelms you, if it consumes you, then you will have lost your Luna," I said softly, reaching out to touch his arm. "But if I do nothing, you will lose your entire pack. It will fracture them, Kaelen. It will turn them against each other and against you. I cannot let that happen." He gripped my shoulders, his fingers tight. "I cannot lose you. Not now, not after everything." "You won't," I said, pouring all my love and certainty into the bond, into my touch. "You taught me to be strong. You gave me a family to fight for. Trust me, Kaelen. Let me protect our home." He stared at me, his silver eyes blazing with the torment I knew mirrored my own. The bond between us was a torrent of his fear and my desperate resolve. Finally, with a ragged breath, he pulled me into a fierce, crushing embrace. "I will be right outside the grove," he whispered into my hair, his voice raw. "If I feel even a flicker of your pain, I am coming in." "I know," I whispered back. Holding him tightly, an hour later, I stood at the edge of the silent grove with Kaelen, Rylan, and a small contingent of his most trusted warriors. The grove was exactly as its name implied, a place of unnerving quiet. No birds sang here. No wind rustled the leaves of the stark, white-barked trees. The air was cold and still, heavy with a melancholy so profound it made my bones ache. "I can feel it," I murmured, my hand going to the fang at my chest. "It's waiting." Kaelen's hand found mine, giving it one last hard squeeze. "Be the heart of this pack, Elara, and come back to me." With a final deep breath, I stepped across the threshold into the grove. The change was instantaneous. A weight of the sorrow pressed down on me, a physically force trying to crush me to the ground. Whispers filled my mind, not in a language, but in feelings. "You are not enough. He will see you are weak. The pack will reject you. You are just a human. You will fail. You will die here alone and forgotten." It was the weeping heart, using my own deepest insecurities as its weapons. I saw visions of Kaelen turning away from me, of Serafina's triumphant smile, of the pack dissolving into chaos. I stumbled, my knees buckling under the emotional assault. Despair, thick and black as tar, threatened to drown me. No, I focused on the fang against my skin. I focused on the braided hair, the symbol of our joined strength. I reached for the golden bond, for the steady, unwavering love I felt from Kaelen, waiting just beyond the trees. I did not build a wall. I did not fight back with anger. Instead, I did what I did best. I opened my heart. I pushed back against the despair, not with force, but with its opposite. I poured love down the bond, sending it toward Kaelen. I projected images of the pack's joy, the celebration, the rescued wolves, the little girl's hug. I filled the oppressive silence with the memory of their united howl during the pack run. I sent a wave after wave of gratitude, of hope, of unwavering faith. The weeping heart recoiled. Its whispers turned to shrieks of frustration. My positive emotions were a poison to it. It was a creature that knew only darkness, and my light was burning it. I walked deeper into the grove, toward the pulsing core of sadness. With every step, I radiated calm. I radiated love. I was a single bright candle in an ocean of night, and the darkness could not extinguish me. In the center of the grove, I found it. There was no monster, no specter. There was only a single, ancient, weeping willow tree, its branches trailing on the ground like tears. And from it emanated the source of all the sorrow. I walked up to the tree and placed my hands on its gnarled, damp trunk. I closed my eyes and poured everything I had into it. All the love I felt for Kaelen, all the protectiveness I felt for the pack, all the hope I had for our future. I acknowledged its sorrow, its ancient grief, but I did not feed it. I offered it peace. You are not alone, I thought, sending the message directly into the tree's hardwood. Your sorrow is heard. But it is time to rest now. Let there be peace. For a long, terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, a single, clear note of warmth pulsed from the tree, through my hands, and into my heart. The oppressive weight lifted. The whispering stopped. The air in the grove, for the first time in who knew how long, felt clean. I stood there, trembling with exhaustion, my emotional reserves completely spent. But I had done it. I had soothed the weeping heart back into its slumber. I turned and walked back toward the edge of the grove. As I emerged from the tree line, Kaelen was there. He didn't speak. He just swept me into his arms. Holding me so tightly, I could feel the frantic beating of his heart against mine. "It's over," I whispered into his shoulder. "It's asleep." He pulled back slightly, his hands cradling my face, his silver eyes searching mine. He saw the exhaustion, but he also saw the peace. "You are incredible," he breathed, and then he kissed me. It was not a gentle kiss, it was a claiming, a desperate, grateful, awe-filled seal on everything we were to each other. It was the promise he had made under the aurora, finally given physical form. It was the beginning of everything. As we broke apart, I looked over his shoulder at the pack, their faces full of a relief they didn't fully understand. The subtle wrongness was gone. The air was clear. I had faced the shadow in their hearts and my own. And I had won. The human Luna had not just saved their lives, she had saved their souls. And in doing so, I had finally, completely proven that the greatest strength of the Thorn Pack was and would always be its heart. The silence that followed the quieting of the weeping heart was different from the stillness that had preceded it. This was not the heavy, watchful silence of dread, but the deep, profound quiet of a storm that has passed, leaving a cleansed and peaceful world in its wake. The very air of Pinecrest felt lighter, easier to breathe. The subtle, gnawing anxiety that had plagued the pack vanished as if it had never been, replaced by a sense of wholeness and security so complete it felt like a physical warmth. Kaelen did not let go of my hand as we walked back from the edge of the silent grove. His grip was firm, possessive, and yet tender, a constant, silent reassurance. He didn't ask for details. He didn't need them. The result was written in the calm of the forest and a renewed steadiness of the pack bond. He could feel my exhaustion, a deep, soul-level weariness, and his own emotions, a tumultuous mix of awe, relief, and a love so fierce it burned like a star in the bond, wrapped around me, supporting me. When we reached the main lodge, the pack had gathered, drawn by the sudden, inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. They didn't know what had happened, but they could feel that something monumental had occurred. They saw their alpha leading their Luna from the forbidding woods, her face pale but serene, his expression one of fierce, protective pride. They saw the way he looked at her, not as a king to his queen, but as a man who has just witnessed a miracle. No one spoke. They simply watched as we passed, and then, as one, they bowed. It was not the formal bow of deference to authority, but the deep, heartfelt bow of gratitude. They were thanking me for a salvation they couldn't name, for a peace they could finally feel in their bones. The days that followed were a time of gentle healing for the land and for me. The memory of the Weeping Heart's assault was a faint, cold scar on my spirit, but it was overshadowed by the overwhelming love and care that surrounded me. Kaelen was ever present, his presence a quiet anchor. He didn't smother me, but he was always there, a hand on the small of my back during council meetings, his voice a low rumble, reading to me by the fire in the evenings. His silver eyes watching me with a tenderness that still had the power to steal my breath. My empathy, tested and tempered in the heart of darkness, had emerged stronger and more nuanced than ever. I could now sense the pack's mood with the clarity of a master musician hearing a symphony. Picking out individual melodies of joy, concern, or contentment within the grand harmony. I used this understanding not to lead from afar, but to weave myself more deeply into the fabric of their lives. I helped mediate a dispute between two families over a shared water source by feeling the root of the issue. Not water, but a generations-old competitive streak. I sat with the elders, not just listening, truly hearing the wisdom and the loneliness in their stories. I spent afternoons with the children, their bright, uncomplicated joy a balm to my own spirit. One such afternoon, I was in the main clearing, showing a group of wide-eyed youngsters how to identify edible winter berries. A small boy, the son of one of Ronan's most staunch supporters, tentatively offered me a slightly crushed berry he had found. "For you, Luna," he mumbled, his cheeks flushed. I took it gravely. "Thank you, Liam. This is a very brave berry. It reminds me of the Thorn Pack, tough and sweet, surviving even in the coldest weather." His face split into a gap-toothed grin, and he scampered back to his friends, bursting with pride. I looked up and saw Ronan himself watching from the doorway of his workshop. He didn't smile. Ronan Blackwood rarely did. But he gave me a slow, deliberate nod of approval before turning back to his work. The last bastion of resistance had not just fallen. It had been rebuilt into a pillar of support. Serafina remained the only shadow. She was like a perfectly carved statue of ice, beautiful and remote. She performed her duties with flawless efficiency, but she was a ghost at the feast, a silent, elegant reminder of the path not taken. I felt no malice from her anymore, only a profound and frozen resignation. Her dream had died, and she had chosen to let that coldness define her. It was a tragedy, but it was one I could not fix. Some hearts even I could not reach. A week after the events in the Silent Grove, Kaelen came to me with a determined glint in his eye. "The pack has a request," he said, a small smile playing on his lips. "They wish to hold a proper coronation. Not the hasty solstice minding, but a true celebration to crown their Luna." My heart fluttered. "A coronation? They want to honor you, Elara, not as the candidate who was chosen, but as the Luna they have chosen for themselves. The one who saved them, heart and soul. The ceremony was planned for the first full moon of the new year, a symbol of a new beginning. The entire pack threw themselves into the preparations with a joyous fervor. The great hall was transformed. Evergreen garlands woven with silver thread and white winter flowers draped the beams. The air smelled of baking bread, roasting meat, and the crisp, clean scent of pine. When the night arrived, I was dressed not in the white of the candidate or the simple wool of daily life, but in a gown that was a masterpiece. It was the color of the deep winter sky just after sunset. A rich, velvety blue, The bodice was embroidered with silver wolves running through a forest of threads made from my own blonde hair and Kaelen's dark hair, a larger, more elaborate version of the knot on my necklace. Over it, I wore a cloak of the purest white wolf fur, a gift from the hunters, its weight both immense and comforting. I walked into the hall on Kaelen's arm. The entire pack was there, every man, woman, and child, their faces glowing in the light of 1,000 candles. They parted before us, creating a path to the dais. There were no whispers, only a reverent silence. On the dais stood Maeve, holding a simple, elegant silver circlet. It was not a heavy crown, but a delicate band, and set in its center was a single, luminous moonstone that seemed to hold its own inner light. Kaelen led me to the center of the dais and turned to face the pack. His voice, when he spoke, filled the hall with quiet power. For generations, the Thorn Pack has been led by strength, by the power of the wolf, by the will of the alpha. His gaze swept over the crowd, then returned to me, softening. But strength has many forms. We have been shown another, the strength of compassion, the strength of a heart that does not break under sorrow, but heals it, the strength of a spirit that can face the deepest darkness and answer it with light, the strength of a spirit that can face the deepest darkness and answer it with light. He took the circlet from Maeve. Elara Vance came to us as a stranger. She was tested by fire, by challenge, by doubt, and by shadows that sought to consume us from within. At every turn, she did not falter. She stood, she endured, she understood, and she saved us, not with claw and fang, but with the one weapon no enemy can ever defeat. An unbreakable heart. He turned to me fully, his silver eyes blazing with a love that was both terrifying and magnificent. You are the heart of this pack, Elara. You are its soul. You were crowned by the solstice magic. But tonight, you are crowned by our choice, by my choice. He lifted the circlet. Do you, Elara, vow to be our guide in peace, our shelter in storm, and the heart that beats as one with all of ours? For as long as you draw breath, tears streamed freely down my face, but my voice was clear and strong as it echoed in the silent hall. I do. He placed the circlet on my head. It was cool against my brow. A perfect, gentle weight. The moment it settled, a great roar erupted from the pack, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy and acceptance that shook the very foundations of the lodge. It was the sound of a family, whole and complete. But Kaelen was not finished. As the cheers began to die down, he did something that stunned the hall into silence once more. He knelt. He went down on one knee before me, his head bowed. The Alpha King, the most powerful being in the territory, knelt before his Luna. And I, Kaelen Thorne, Alpha of the Thorn Pack, vow to you, Elara, my Luna, my heart, my love. I vow to stand beside you, to honor you, to cherish you, and to love you with every breath in my body, until the stars themselves grow cold. The silence was absolute. You could have heard a snowflake land. Then, as if moved by a single, unified will, the entire pack knelt. Every last one of them, from the smallest child to the most ancient elder, bowed their heads to their Alpha and their Luna. I looked out at the sea of bowed heads. My heart so full, I thought it would burst. I reached down and touched Kaelen's shoulder. He rose, his eyes meeting mine, and in their mercury depths, I saw my future. A lifetime of partnership, of love, of building a legacy, not just of power, but of compassion. The celebration that followed was the most joyous I had ever witnessed. There was music and dancing, laughter and feasting, but the most powerful moment came later. Under the brilliant light of the full moon, the pack gathered in the clearing, and as one, they shifted. Hundreds of wolves, their coats shimmering in the moonlight, filled the space. Kaelen stood beside me in his human form, his hand in mine. Then he tilted his head back and howled. It was not the challenging cry of the alpha, but a song of pure, triumphant joy. It was a song of home, of family, of a love that had defied every odd. And the pack answered. The sound that rose from them was not a chaotic noise, but a single, beautiful, harmonious chord that soared into the night sky. It was the voice of the Thorn Pack, united and strong, their hearts beating as one. And through the bond, I could feel it all, their love, their loyalty, their unshakable faith in the future we would build together. I leaned into Kaelen's side, the moonstone circlet cool on my brow, a fang necklace warm over my heart. I was no longer the woman from the train, haunted by fire and failure. I was Elara, Luna of the Thorn Pack. I was loved by a king, revered by a people, and finally, completely at peace in the home I had built, not with a title, but with the courage to be myself. Kaelen looked down at me, his smile brighter than the moon. Ready to go home, my love? I looked around at the howling wolves, at the mountains that were my kingdom, at the man who was my destiny. I am already home, I said, and as the pack's joyful howls echoed through the starlit night, a promise of 1,000 tomorrows. I knew it was the truest word I could ever spoken. The mail-order bride had arrived with a hidden talent, and in using it, she had not just saved a pack. She had found her soul, her crown, and a love that would echo through the ages. Our story was just beginning.